Chapter 241. Of course, besides the Shao clan, Duan Lingtian also entered the imperial palace and asked the emperor to help him gather these materials. Besides that, he also went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan. The Duan clan now took Duan Lingtian to be their hope, especially when the higher-ups of the Duan clan heard that Duan Lingtian would leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom a month from now and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to join one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They even unconditionally agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. "Kid, our Duan clan will pay for the materials you entrusted others to gather." The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhan, said straightforwardly. "Then I'll thank Grand Elder first." Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't be courteous. In any case, he and the Duan clan both took what they needed. What the Duan clan wanted was the Void Advancement Pill. Even if he couldn't obtain it from the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would be able to refine it himself once his cultivation stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and became a grade 5 alchemist. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian went to the Su clan. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, personally welcomed Duan Lingtian in. "Commander Duan." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Patriarch Su, I came to find you this time because I want you to help me gather some materials. I'll come to collect them 1 month from now. At that time, Patriarch Su can just give me a price." "That's naturally not a problem." Su Boya nodded and received the paper that Duan Lingtian had written a pile of materials on. His gaze was extremely complicated. That day, he was still discussing with the Su clan elders on how to deal with Duan Lingtian. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had suddenly made a huge turnaround, and even their Su clan didn't dare offend him. Moreover, when their Su clan's Grand Elder Su Nan went missing that day, he suspected that it was related to the person before him. However, not to mention that he didn't have any evidence, even if he did, he wouldn't dare look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian was already tied to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the imperial family. It was far beyond what the Su clan could contend against. "Thank you, clan leader Su. Farewell." Duan Lingtian took his leave and walked out of the hall. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart, and his figure moved, yet he noticed a figure flashing over. The figure was a silver grade 8 spirit sword that flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink, and it was obviously tainted with strong poison. "Duan Lingtian, I want you dead." The person charged towards Duan Lingtian once again. However, his 9th level body tempering stage cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian, and he was sent flying with a single kick from Duan Lingtian. "Su Tong, I didn't expect you to be so vicious even without your cultivation." Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. The person who had ambushed him was Su Tong. This was also the reason why his spiritual force didn't sense anything. A 9th level body tempering stage martial artist was unable to pose any threat to him. Su Tong was injured by Duan Lingtian's kick and crashed to the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up again, and he stared viciously at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you crippled my Dantian and caused the death of my grandfather. I can't live under the same sky as you." "Can't live under the same sky as you?" Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. This Su Tong was really thick-head. "Su Tong." At this moment, Su Boya, who noticed the commotion, came out, and his face sank when he saw the scene before him. "What are you doing?" "Clan leader, I want to take revenge for my grandfather, and take revenge for myself," Su Tong said coldly. "Enough. From today onwards, the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian is written off. If what happened today happens again, I'll expel you from the Su clan." Su Boya's gaze slightly frowned. This Su Tong had really gone mad. Not to mention a cripple like him. Even the entire Su clan couldn't afford to offend the current Duan Lingtian. Su Tong's body trembled when he heard this, and he lowered his head. The hatred accumulated in his eyes was almost able to cause his eyes to explode. "Clan leader Su, farewell." Duan Lingtian nodded to Su Boya, then left the Su clan and returned to his own courtyard house. At this moment, the sky had darkened. However, just as he walked to the entrance of the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed that a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost. silently descending before his eyes, whoosh. And at almost the same time, Xiong Quan appeared behind Duan Lingtian. All along the way, Xiong Quan concealed himself by Duan Lingtian's side, as if he had transformed into Duan Lingtian's shadow, following him like a shadow. It's you. Through the night, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the attire of the person before him and recognized him. Black clothes, a Ghost King mask on his face. Wasn't this person the ghost-masked man that killed the half-step void stage expert by Duan Ru Lei's side that day? According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that this person was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow assassin organization. Of course, it was only a guess. Follow me. A hoarse voice sounded out from the person's mouth. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian had heard this person speak. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he was in Duan Ru Lei's courtyard house that day, from the moment this ghost-masked man appeared until the moment he killed the old man, he didn't say a single word from the beginning until the end. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost-masked man left with a speed that he could catch up to. Let's go. Although he didn't know why the ghost-masked man did this, Duan Lingtian still brought Xiong Quan along and followed. He could sense that the ghost-masked man didn't have any ill intent towards him. Finally, the ghost-masked man brought Duan Lingtian into an uninhabited courtyard house, then walked into a room and lit up a lamp. You're looking for me for something? Duan Lingtian looked at the ghost-masked man before him. When they were on the road earlier, he felt that the ghost-masked man's back was slightly familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where for a while. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost-masked man actually stretched out his hand to remove his mask. The ghost-masked man's true appearance was completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. See, Teacher Sima. Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never would have imagined that the ghost-masked man that appeared that day was actually his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, as well as the Dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. No wonder he felt that the ghost-masked man's back was slightly familiar all along the way. Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. Kid, you seem to have offended quite a few people. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Teacher, what do you mean? You just arrived at the Imperial City today, right? At dusk, someone came to the Ghastly Shadow's stronghold to buy your life. Sima Changfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing. Teacher, you're the leader of the Ghastly Shadow organization? Sima Changfeng lightly smiled, but didn't admit nor deny it. But Duan Lingtian already had an answer in his heart. He once thought that Sima Changfeng was the fourth void stage expert that was hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but now it would seem that this wasn't the case. Sima Changfeng was the elusive leader of the Ghastly Shadow organization. Teacher, who bought my life? Duan Lingtian changed the question, and his eyes flickered with a dense flowing light. Now that you mention it, that person has a deep relationship with you. Sima Changfeng smiled. Teacher, don't keep me in suspense. Who is it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and slightly lost his patience. He really missed the silent ghost-masked man now. Duan Lingxing's wife, and Duan Lingxing's mother. Yun Ping. Sima Changfeng slowly said. Yun Ping? This name was extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. However, after knowing her identity, he was able to understand why she wanted to buy his life. She was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Do you need me to help you deal with it? Sima Changfeng asked Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Help me deal with it for free? Duan Lingtian laughed as well. Little fellow, you're dreaming. Do you still lack that bit of money? If I help you deal with it, I naturally have to take money. Sima Changfeng laughed as he scolded. Teacher. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. My Uncle Nye seems to not know that you're the leader of the Ghastly Shadow organization. Does His Majesty know? Sima Changfeng nodded. His Majesty knows. Speaking of which, this Ghastly Shadow organization was established by His Majesty. Teacher Sima, I'm very curious why you're so willing to serve His Majesty. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He believed that with Sima Changfeng's strength, he was completely not restrained by the Emperor. Sima Changfeng's gaze became distant when he heard this, and he sighed after a long time. That year, it was His Majesty who saved my life. I owe him. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding and didn't ask in detail. This reason was already enough. The debt of saving one's life was enough to make one sacrifice their lives. Deep in the night, the autumn wind rustled. In the inner city, in a quaint inn, in a first-class guest room, a fat woman was walking back and forth, and every step she took seemed to be able to cause the ground to tremble slightly. Little bastard, with the ghastly shadow organization making a move this time. I'll make you die without a burial ground. The fat woman's voice revealed gloominess and viciousness, as if so long as the person she hated to the bone stood before her, she would tear him into pieces at the first possible moment. Is that so? Just at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out from the roof. Subsequently, the roof was blasted open. A purple figure descended from the sky. It was precisely Duan Lingtian. Yun Ping noticed the commotion and her face went grim, and when she saw Duan Lingtian, her gaze abruptly went cold. Little bastard, it's you. Although she'd never seen Duan Lingtian after he grew up, the outline of Duan Lingtian's face was 60% to 70% similar to Duan Rufing's, allowing her to recognize Duan Lingtian with a single glance. Little bastard? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold and killing intent flickered within. Noticing the killing intent within Duan Lingtian's eyes, Yun Ping shuddered, and only now did she realize that Duan Lingtian was still an origin core martial artist. Instantly, a wisp of ghastly pale appeared on her chubby face, and her chubby body even started to lightly tremble. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and a jade-green Grade 8 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moonlight that passed through the broken roof sprinkled down, flickering with an icy cold sheen. Little bastard, I'll kill you and take revenge for my Xing. Chapter 242. Bang! Facing Yun Ping's enormous body that pounced over, Duan Lingtian kicked out, sending Yun Ping flying to collide with the wall. However, Yun Ping, who had a body of fat protecting her body, quickly stood up as if she was completely fine, and she stared viciously at Duan Lingtian. Little bastard, what I regret the most in my lifetime is that when I drove your mother out of the Duan clan that day, I didn't kill you while you were still in your infancy. Duan Lingtian frowned. You drove my mother out of the Duan clan? He'd never heard his mother, Li Ro, mention this. Exactly. Yun Ping sneered. That year, it was I who instigated others to drive your mother out. I originally thought that once a little bastard like you left the Duan clan, you were nothing to worry about, but I never imagined that 10 years later, you'd become the greatest hidden danger. I regret it. As she finished speaking, Yun Ping was slightly deranged. As far as she was concerned, if she had killed the infancy Duan Lingtian that day, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. Her most beloved son also wouldn't have died. Oomph! Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he said in a low voice, instead of regretting this, why don't you regret that you didn't teach your son well? The enmity between my father and your husband was the enmity of the previous generation. However, your son shifted all of this onto me, and even ruthlessly tried to kill me. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have died. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone was incomparably gloomy. You little bastard, your life is lowly like grass. So what if my son killed you? Could it be that your life can be compared to my son's life? Yun Ping's eyes revealed madness. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take revenge for my son. Otherwise, after killing you, I would kill your mother to vent the hatred in my heart. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian couldn't endure it any longer when he heard Yun Ping's ruthless words, and his sword flashed out to enter Yun Ping's body. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. His mother was his reverse scale. Bang! Yun Ping's huge body fell to the ground, causing the inn to shake. Although she was dead, her pair of vicious eyes were still staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. It was as if she would not let Duan Lingtian go even if she died. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yun Ping's body indifferently. He didn't even have the interest to destroy the evidence and left directly. The next day, a piece of news spread. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, lost her life in an inn in the inner city. Towards this, The Duan clan didn't express much, and only buried Yun Ping out of consideration for Duan Ru Lei's many years of contributions to the Duan clan. They could more or less guess the reason behind Yun Ping's death. However, they would not pursue the matter. Tian, is your second aunt's death related to you? In the backyard of the house, Li Ro asked Duan Lingtian with a serious face. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would lie to her. I killed her. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. You child, your second uncle is already dead, and she's a widow. Why do you have to do this? Li Ro sighed, as if she had lost all the strength in her body, and guilt appeared on her face. Mom, why didn't you ask me why I killed her? Duan Lingtian shook his head, then he spoke of Yun Ping's actions. What? She looked for the ghastly shadow assassin organization to issue an assignment to kill you? Li Ro instantly stood up from her seat. Her entire body seemed to have exploded, and her face was covered in a layer of ice. This Yun Ping deserves death. That year, it was fine if she secretly used evil means to force me to leave the Duan clan, and I could endure it. Now, she actually wants to kill you. Tian, Mom has wronged you in this matter. You've done well. Li Ro's sudden change in attitude shocked Duan Lingtian as well. But Duan Lingtian was still able to perceive the concern his mother had towards him from this, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Mom, you really don't intend to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with us? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro, and he was extremely puzzled by Li Ro's decision last night. Tian, Mom won't be a burden to you. Li Ro lightly smiled. Mom, what are you talking about? Duan Lingtian frowned and stared fixedly at Li Ro. No, you're surely doing this for another reason. Is it because of Dad? Seeing her son see through her thoughts, Li Ro didn't conceal it and nodded. Yes, I'm doing this for your dad. I keep having the feeling that your dad isn't dead, and he'll come back to look for me one day. If I stay in the Imperial City and he returns, he'll be able to find me at the first possible moment. If I leave, where do you want him to go to look for me? Duan Lingtian went silent. Mom, it's already been so many years. Shouldn't you let go of some things? Tian, you don't believe your dad is still alive? Li Ro went silent for a moment before speaking. This isn't a matter of believing or not. I hope he's still alive as well. But it's already been almost 20 years since he went missing. If he's still alive, he would have returned long ago. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He naturally hoped that his deadbeat dad would return, as in this way, his mom would be happy as well. But this hope was extremely slim. Tian, you have to believe Mom. Mom really has an extremely strong intuition. Your dad will surely return. Li Ro persisted, and her eyes looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation, seeming to want to obtain Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, but he still nodded. Mom, I believe you. Dad will surely return. Only now did Li Ro reveal a smile. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly descended onto Duan Lingtian's head. It was precisely little black and little white. Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and grabbed the two little pythons down. Then he glared at them. You two little fellows just woke up not long ago, and you're starting to be mischievous again, right? Last time, Duan Lingtian had refined many origin-strengthening pills. These two little pythons directly swallowed half of the pills, then fell into a deep slumber and only awoke a few days ago. Their strength had advanced a step further and broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If it was a human martial artist or an ordinary fierce beast, even if it was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, it wouldn't have any effect no matter how many origin-strengthening pills they consumed. These two little pythons, however, seemed to not have such restrictions. To a certain extent, they were simply two foodies. Of course, Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy that the origin-strengthening pills were able to assist the two little pythons in improving their strength. The increase in the strength of the two little pythons also meant that his life had an additional layer of protection. Although he had Xiong Quan, a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced sword force, by his side, Xiong Quan was bound to be unable to follow him into the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once he arrived at the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Palace, he could only rely on himself and these two little pythons that could be concealed under his sleeve. Come, I still have many origin-strengthening pills here. Do you want some? Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of origin-strengthening pills, but he quickly noticed that the two little pythons turned their heads away and disdained to spare them a glance. You two little fellows are disdainful of this origin-strengthening pill now? Didn't you eat it rather happily the last time? Duan Lingtian laughed as he scolded, but he faintly guessed some of the reasons. Actually, it wasn't only the origin-strengthening pill. After the two little pythons ate the origin-increasing pill that day, they weren't willing to touch the origin-increasing pill again, as if eating the origin-increasing pill a second time wouldn't have any benefits to them. If it's really because of this reason, perhaps I can refine other medicinal pills for them. Although the effects aren't as good as the origin-strengthening pill, it ought to be useful to them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and a thought arose within his heart. Within the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, besides the origin-strengthening pill, there were still 3 other medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of an origin core martial artist, and they were medicinal pills that he currently possessed the ability to refine. Of course, the medicinal effects of those 3 medicinal pills were far inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. But now, he didn't need the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill, and he instead hoped that the other 3 medicinal pills would be able to allow the 2 little pythons to increase their strength a step further. If the medicinal effect wasn't enough, then he'd use quantity to make up the numbers. If 10 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 20. If 20 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 50. If 50 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 100. In any case, these 2 little fellows were both gluttons, and they wouldn't die from overeating. Doing as he thought, Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan out and went to the medicine store to buy the medicinal herbs he needed. The medicinal herbs required for these 3 medicinal pills were all ordinary and were very easy to buy. But what surprised Duan Lingtian was, he just walked out of the medicine store's door when he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Xiaohe, Xiao Sun's older brother, the Xiao clan's genius alchemist. 1 year ago, at the Alchemist Guild's headquarters, the person that he cheated out of 5 million silver. Glancing at Xiaohe, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Then he left with Xiongquan. Xiaohe frowned. Could it be that the violet-clothed youth from before knew him? But he didn't have the slightest impression of him. Shaking his head, Xiaohe didn't think any further and walked into the medicine store. No matter what, Xiaohe had no way of connecting Duan Lingtian with the violet-clothed youth that cheated him out of 5 million silver a year ago. After all, that violet-clothed youth was really too ordinary. Duan Lingtian returned home and started to get busy. The 3 medicinal pills he wanted to concoct were respectively the Cloud Mist Pill, Flowing Water Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill. These 3 medicinal pills had similar medicinal effects, but they were all inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. Whoosh! Very quickly, Duan Lingtian took out his cauldron and started to concoct the medicinal pills. To Duan Lingtian, he only planned to concoct ordinary medicinal pills. He only needed to spend half an hour to concoct around 10 pills of each type. Duan Lingtian spent 2 hours concentrating on concocting 43 Cloud Mist pills. I hope those 2 little fellows are willing to eat them, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Hiss hiss. When he saw the little python's eyes light up when they saw the Cloud Mist pills and they madly flicked their tongues, Duan Lingtian knew that his thoughts were correct. The 43 Cloud Mist pills were directly divided between the 2 little pythons. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the 2 little pythons were about to faint, he noticed that the 2 little pythons were instead staring at him with sparkling eyes. You 2 little fellows are simply bottomless pits. Chapter 243. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's tireless refinement, another 100+ Cloud Mist pills appeared in the world. After the 2 little pythons divided the Cloud Mist pills, they were finally satisfied. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that they didn't fall into a deep sleep this time. Instead, their spirits flickered as they eagerly stared at Duan Lingtian. Now, the 2 little pythons had already started to dislike the Cloud Mist pills. In the following days, Duan Lingtian started to refine the Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill. After the 2 little pythons divided, and swallowed the 100-plus flowing pill and crimson jade pill. They similarly weren't willing to eat the flowing pill and crimson jade pill. But they still didn't show any signs of falling into a deep sleep, and they were full of spirit and glowing with spirit. Two foodies. Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless as he looked at the two little pythons before him that stared at him with anticipation. He suddenly felt that perhaps his way of thinking was wrong from the beginning, and the increase in strength of the two little pythons wasn't so simple. There's none left. Just these medicinal pills. Eat them or leave them. Duan Lingtian placed the remaining cloud mist pills, flowing pill, and crimson jade pill on the table, then pretended to glare fiercely at the two little pythons as he spoke. Unexpectedly, hiss hiss, the two little pythons swiftly flickered their tongues as their two little tails flashed out like bolts of lightning, flinging the three types of medicinal pills on the table flying. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Who are you two little fellows throwing a tantrum for? Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and directly grabbed the two little pythons before throwing them onto a tree in the rear courtyard. He ignored their protests and directly left the rear courtyard to return to his room to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. In the following month, although Duan Lingtian had touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, he was still unable to break through. Instead, it was that little girl, Kerr, who smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage under the dual assistance of the Monkey Wine and Origin Strengthening Pill. As for Li Fei, she was only half a step away from the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. During this month, the Duan Lingtian residence was peaceful as usual, apart from Xiao Lan occasionally coming to chat with his mother, Li Ro. A month later, Duan Lingtian left the house and began to go to each of the houses to collect materials. Starting from the Divine Might Marquis estate, then to the Su clan, then to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Sun took the materials from the Xiao clan's patriarch together, but unexpectedly met Xiao He. Little Sun? Who is this? When Xiao He saw Duan Lingtian, he was a little surprised. Wasn't this purple-clothed youth the same person he had met a month ago at the entrance of a medicine shop in the inner city? The purple-clothed young man was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. He had a deep impression of him. Brother, he's Duan Lingtian. Xiao Sun smiled as he introduced, then said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, this is my brother, Xiao He. So it's Commander Duan. Xiao He was shocked in his heart when he heard this, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. You're Xiao Sun's brother, so just call me Duan Lingtian. There's no need to be so distant. Duan Lingtian gave Xiao He a friendly smile. He was able to discern that the current Xiao He had indeed changed a lot compared to the Xiao he met in the Alchemist Guild over a year ago. He didn't have the arrogance and drive of the past. Then I'll be arrogant and call you Brother Lingtian. Xiao He nodded with a smile. When his gaze stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes and carefully sized them up for a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. This pair of eyes was so familiar to him. He would never forget it in his entire lifetime. However, no matter what, he was unable to link the violet-clothed youth before him and the violet-clothed youth before him together. But with a quick thought, according to what his younger brother, Xiao Sun, said, the violet-clothed youth before him was already a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. This point was in line with the violet-clothed youth from that time. Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao He's gaze staring at him, and his heart jerked. Xiao He seemed to have noticed something, but where did he see it from? However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that Xiao He seemed to be hesitant to confirm it. When he saw the bewilderment in Xiao He's eyes grow deeper and deeper, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. With a raise of his hand, a stack of silver appeared in his hand, and it was exactly 5 million silver. He passed it to Xiao He. Consider this money as returning it to its rightful owner. You really are. Xiao He didn't receive the silver, and his pupils constricted instead, as if he'd seen a ghost. Brother, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian, why did you give my brother money? Xiao Sun, who stood at the side, had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know what had happened. Little Sun, he's the violet-clothed youth that made a bet with me in the Alchemist Guild and won 5 million silver from me. I noticed earlier that Brother Ling Tian's eyes are exactly the same as that youth from that time. I didn't dare confirm it earlier, but I never imagined that they were actually the same person. Unbelievable. A bitter smile appeared on Xiaohe's face. He never imagined that meeting the genius young alchemist of the past would be such a scene. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck. Brother, didn't you say that the youth from that time had an ordinary appearance? You'll have to ask Brother Ling Tian about this. Xiaohe glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. At that time, for the sake of not allowing others to see through my identity, I used some methods to carry out a disguise, but I never imagined that you'd actually remember my eyes. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiaohe with a face full of surprise. He finally knew how Xiaohe had recognized him. He could disguise himself, but only his face was changed, and his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Actually, after I lost the bet to you that time, I was extremely furious in my heart and wished for nothing more than to take revenge on you. So, before I left, I deeply remembered your face, your eyes, and everything about you. Xiaohe shook his head and smiled as he recalled that time, and it felt as if a lifetime had passed. What? You don't want to take revenge on me now? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Xiaohe shook his head. After I returned to the clan, I thought about many things. In the end, I realized that I was indeed too arrogant in the past and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I still have to thank you. It was you who made me realize my shortcomings. As the saying goes, knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Xiaohe, with such a mentality, I believe that in the future, you'll surely be able to establish a school of your own in the Tao of alchemy and stand at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Hearing Xiaohe's words, Duan Ling Tian had a slightly higher opinion of him. I hope so. Xiaohe nodded and spoke modestly. In the end, Xiaohe was unwilling to accept the silver in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Duan Ling Tian didn't force him, but he gave Xiaohe some pointers in the area of alchemy. Needless to say, Xiaohe's natural talent in alchemy was indeed very high, and he understood many things with just a little guidance. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but praise in his heart. Xiaohe felt heartfelt admiration towards Duan Ling Tian's profound understanding in the Tao of alchemy. When Duan Ling Tian left, he even personally sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Shao clan estate's gate. Between the two of them, it could be said that they had turned hostility into friendship. After leaving the Shao clan estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the imperial palace. In the imperial garden, the emperor gave a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. These are the imperial palace's inventory, as well as the materials you need that I ordered people to gather from all over. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how much are these materials? After Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, he asked with a light smile, Money? The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. There's no need for money. If you have the heart, then go see Bai Yao before you leave. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, but he understood the emperor's meaning and nodded. When he saw Princess Bai Yao again, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Princess Bai Yao's figure was obviously thinner and weaker, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Princess. Duan Ling Tian bowed to Princess Bai Yao. When Princess Bai Yao saw Duan Ling Tian, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. You've come.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded and sighed in his heart. Sometimes, there were some things that really happened when one did not intend for it to happen. It had to be said that Princess Bai Yao was very outstanding and also very kind. She didn't lose to Kerr and Li Fei in the slightest. However, in his heart, it was still difficult to take that step. Although this step was only a foot away, it also seemed to be far away. When are you going to leave? Princess Bai Yao asked softly. Her bell-like voice was faintly trembling. Her delicate and pitiful posture made people unable to help but feel pity for her. I'll leave early tomorrow morning, Duan Ling Tian said softly. So soon? Princess Bai Yao's delicate body imperceptibly trembled. She secretly glanced at Duan Ling Tian and discovered that Duan Ling Tian was also looking over. She timidly turned her head away, like a child who was caught stealing candy. A trace of red appeared on her charming face. Duan Lingtian raised his eyes and slowly said, "Princess, I'll accompany you for a walk." "Yes." Princess Bai Yao nodded obediently. Unlike before, this time, Duan Lingtian accompanied Princess Bai Yao as they walked, and they chatted a great deal with each other. Between the two of them, they had a slight understanding of each other. Duan Lingtian even intentionally spoke of the matter between him, Ke, and Li Fei. He originally thought that Princess Bai Yao would be disappointed, but unexpectedly, a trace of a smile always hung on Princess Bai Yao's face. "So in this way, big sister Li Fei and Ke will accompany you to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a happy smile. But he didn't notice that at the instant Princess Bai Yao turned her head, in the depths of her beautiful eyes, a faint flowing light of envy was mixed within. It was as if she wished for nothing more than to be able to replace Ke or Li Fei and accompany Duan Lingtian. Will you still return?" When they were parting, Princess Bai Yao asked in a light voice, and her beautiful face contained slight perturbation mixed within. "I'll surely return." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "This time, my mother won't be leaving with me. If I'm free in the future, I'll return to see her." Princess Bai Yao's eyes shone when she heard this. "Can I go see your mother?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Chapter 244. Duan Lingtian was in a bit of a dilemma. If he were to bring Princess Bai Yao back, would Little Fei skin him alive? Thinking of Little Fei's jealousy, Duan Lingtian felt a chill on his back. However, when he saw Princess Bai Yao looking at him pitifully with a face full of expectation, his heart softened in the end. "I'll just treat her as a guest," Duan Lingtian comforted himself. Sure enough, when Duan Lingtian brought Princess Bai Yao back to his house, Li Fei's gaze became vigilant at the first instance. A dubious smile appeared on Li Rou's face. Coincidentally, Xiaolan was also accompanying Li Rou. When she saw Princess Bai Yao, a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She never thought that a girl that Duan Lingtian casually brought back would have an appearance that wasn't inferior to her, Ke, and Li Fei. "Young master, who is this beautiful big sister?" Ke blinked her large eyes as she looked at Princess Bai Yao and asked Duan Lingtian, "This is Princess Bai Yao." Duan Lingtian smiled as he introduced Princess Bai Yao to the girls. Instantly, the girls were all moved. Even Li Fei had a face full of surprise. She never thought that the girl that Duan Lingtian brought back would actually be Princess Bai Yao. She had heard of Princess Bai Yao, the #1 beauty in the imperial city. "Greetings to the princess." For a moment, the four girls, including Li Rou, slightly bowed to Princess Bai Yao as they respectfully greeted her. "Aunt Rou, this isn't the imperial palace. You don't have to treat me as a princess." Princess Bai Yao lightly walked over and helped Li Rou up as she said with a light smile. Li Rou lightly smiled as she nodded. Her limpid eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, faintly mixed with a bit of ambiguity, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly embarrassed. "Your sister Fei, right?" Princess Bai Yao looked at Li Fei with a pitiful appearance, causing Li Fei to smile. "Princess, you know me?" "Sister Fei, you are as beautiful as Duan Lingtian described you to be." Princess Bai Yao's mouth was sweeter than honey, completely eliminating Li Fei's hostility and wariness towards her. "Sister Fei, you can call me Bai Yao in the future." "All right. Little sister Bai Yao, you're also very beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city." Li Fei smiled and nodded. Seeing that Princess Bai Yao didn't put on any airs, she had a good impression of her. "You must be Ke, right? I heard from Duan Lingtian that you're the same age as me. When were you born?" Princess Bai Yao looked at Ke and asked with a smile, "Princess, I'm from September." The current Ke was no longer the Ke of the past. Even when facing the princess, she didn't have the slightest bit of apprehension and could freely chat and laugh. "Then I'm younger than you. I was born in December. In the future, I'll call you Sister Ke. You can be like Sister Fei and call me Sister Bai Yao." Hearing this, Princess Bai Yao playfully stuck out her cute tongue, causing Ke to have a good impression of her. I also have a younger sister," Ke exclaimed in a low voice. Her charming face was slightly red, and the corner of her mouth held a smile, mixed with a trace of excitement. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from the imperial family, Princess Baiyao really had a way of dealing with people. Not long after, she obtained the approval of the three beauties in his family. This is? Princess Baiyao finally looked at Xiaolan. Even she couldn't help but have a good impression of this girl who was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Today, the shock in her heart had almost never stopped. Originally, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the imperial city, Princess Baiyao was still very confident in her own appearance. But today, she had seen three girls in succession whose appearances weren't inferior to hers. Other than the two women that she already knew about from Duan Lingtian, the appearance of this elegant and refined girl caused ripples in her heart. She discovered that this girl was the same as her, interested in Duan Lingtian. For a moment, a feeling of sympathy for each other arose in her heart. Princess, I'm called Xiaolan. Xiaolan faintly smiled at Princess Baiyao, but her heart was slightly bitter. She could naturally see Princess Baiyao's feelings towards Duan Lingtian. She was also very envious of Princess Baiyao being able to obtain the approval of Duan Lingtian's family in such a short period of time. One had to know that she and the Duan Lingtian's family had interacted for a few months and only obtained the approval of Li Rou and Kerr. Li Fei, however, was constantly on guard against her. Big sister Xiaolan? Princess Baiyao sweetly smiled at Xiaolan. You guys chat. I'll return to my room to cultivate. Seeing that he had become a foil, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he returned to his room after saying his farewells. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. If these 4 women were placed together in the earth of Duan Lingtian's previous life, they would be able to form a table of mahjong. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Flood Python forms accompanying martial skill. Defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Shield. This Earth Dragon's Shield was extremely overbearing. Although it didn't have the ability to reverse teleportation like greater teleportation, in terms of defense, it was a level stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even if the Earth Dragon's Shield was only at the mastery stage, its defense was comparable to an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. My greater teleportation relied on the medicinal effect of the blood Lingji to break through to the perfection stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if I refine the inverse source pill, I can once again activate the blood Lingji's medicinal effect hidden within my body and vital energy and blood. The materials for the inverse source pill were also one of the materials that Duan Lingtian asked the various powers to gather 1 month ago. Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the inverse source pill. An hour later, the inverse source pill was completed. Subsequently, he swallowed the inverse source pill and started activating the blood Lingji's medicinal effect hidden within his body and vital energy and blood. At the same time, he started cultivating the Earth Dragon's Shield. In the end, the Earth Dragon's Shield smoothly broke through to the perfection stage under the assistance of the vast blood Lingji's medicinal effect. Although the Earth Dragon's Shield is stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill, but when one reaches the origin core stage and one's strength increases to a certain level, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill is, it would at most only be able to offset a portion of the strength. This was something that Duan Lingtian understood clearly in his heart. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, if he were to fully activate the Earth Dragon's Shield, he would be able to completely offset the attack of a martial artist below the core formation stage. However, if it was the attack of an origin core martial artist, it would be impossible to completely offset it. It would only be able to offset a portion of the opponent's attack. But even then, a defensive martial skill was still important. Just like a battle between 2 martial artists with similar cultivations and similar attack strengths. One of them didn't cultivate a defensive martial skill, whereas the other cultivated a defensive martial skill. Under such circumstances, the latter would absolutely stably defeat the former. After completing the cultivation of the Earth Dragon's Shield, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Meanwhile, he noticed that the sky was already dark. I've already forgotten the time. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. He walked out of his room and had dinner with the girls before offering to send Princess Bai Yao off. As for Xiaolan, she chose to stay. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything towards Xiaolan's decision, and what was rare was that Li Fei didn't mind as well. After Duan Lingtian sent Princess Bai Yao back and returned, only then did he know why Li Fei had suddenly become so magnanimous. We're leaving tomorrow. With Xiaolan accompanying Aunt Ro won't be so lonely. Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely moved. That night, after Duan Lingtian and Li Fei made love, Li Fei leaned on his shoulder and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, I know that Xiaolan and little sister Bai Yao are both interested in you." "Little Fei, what are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei in his arms and rubbed her beautiful hair. "This little vinegar jar. You dare to say that you don't have any thoughts?" Li Fei's watery eyes narrowed as she glared at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to smile bitterly. As a normal man, how could he not have any thoughts when he saw two great beauties? Moreover, those two great beauties were so kind and lovely. Li Fei's expression turned serious as she said, "I've thought about it." "Thought about what?" Duan Lingtian shuddered. Could it be that little Fei had some crazy thoughts? "I've thought about it. If they want to enter our family, they must first pass my test." Li Fei smiled mysteriously, looking like a big sister. "What test?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "It's a secret." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and didn't say anything further. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought along Li Fei, and Xiong Quan to bid farewell to Li Ro, Xiaolan, and the manager, Jing Ru, before spurring his horse to leave the courtyard house in the imperial city. As for the others, Duan Lingtian had bid farewell to them, one by one 2 days ago. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's area was located at the northeast of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 rode on Fergana horses and dashed out, as if transforming into 4 red bolts of lightning that gave rise to endless amounts of sand and dust. Hiss hiss, 2 little pythons disobediently ran out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, excitedly flicking their tongues and jumping about in high spirits. "You 2 little fellows know that we're leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well?" Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons nodded like humans and were extremely mischievous. "Xiong Quan, if we travel on Fergana horses and rest at night, how long will it take to arrive at the 7-star sword sect?" Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward as he asked Xiong Quan. The 7-star sword sect was one of the 5 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. More than 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples were sword cultivators, and sword cultivators possessed extremely formidable offensive strength. This caused the 7-star sword sect to be extremely powerful in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the other 4 top sects didn't dare rashly offend the 7-star sword sect. All this was something Duan Lingtian found out from Xiong Quan. According to Xiong Quan, the 7-star sword sect's influence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Most importantly, the 7-star sword sect recruited outer court disciples every 6 months, and it was even more frequent than the other 4 top sects. However, even then, the 7-star sword sect was far from having as many people as the other 4 top sections. Chapter 245. Around half a year. Xiong Quan pondered for a moment before speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he was mentally prepared. Not to mention leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city to arrive at the border area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they had to cross a county and spend around 3 months of time. Even the 7-star sword sect from the border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was still quite a distance away. It was also because they used Fergana horses to travel. Otherwise, even if they spent a year, they might not be able to arrive at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had the protection of Xiong Quan, a 2nd-level void-prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force, so they didn't encounter any trouble all the way from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the 2nd district of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Occasionally, bandits would rush over, but they were all easily slaughtered by Xiong Quan. Similar to what Duan Lingtian expected, they arrived at a city that was located between the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 3 months later. Although this city wasn't a county city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the area it occupied wasn't smaller than a county city. Xiongquan, have you been to this city? Duan Lingtian asked. Xiongquan shook his head. Let's go in. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he brought along the two little girls that had veils covering their faces and directly entered the city. This border city was extremely bustling, and many merchant groups could be seen going in and out. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these merchant groups ought to be going back and forth between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After entering the city, people riding Fergana horses could be seen everywhere. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 riding Fergana horses didn't draw the attention of others. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, the 4 of them found a restaurant to eat. Before ordering, Duan Lingtian gave a tip to the restaurant's attendant and asked curiously, "Introduce this city to me?" When the attendant saw that Duan Lingtian was so generous, he naturally didn't hold anything back and said with a light smile, "Customer, it's your first time in our Blackwind City, right?" Blackwind City? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and continued to listen to the servant. Guest, our Blackwind City is a border commercial city under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's located at the northeast border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Normally, some merchant groups that travel between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom would stop at our Blackwind City. The manservant said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this on the way here. The manservant continued, "Guest, this is your first time in our Blackwind City, so you must remember, do not offend Huang, Zhong, and Ma." Speaking of this, the manservant's expression became slightly solemn. "Is there anything special about these 3 surnames?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The servant shook his head. "Nothing special. These 3 surnames are precisely the surnames of the 3 great clans of our Blackwind City. Guest, you ought to have come from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The manservant smiled. "Because the people that go from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom are mostly people that follow merchant groups, and there are very few independent customers. So, I guess you're from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Guest, are you intending to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Guest, remember what I said earlier. Although the 3 great clans of Blackwind City aren't ranked in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they're much stronger than many clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's even to the extent that they're only inferior to the 3 great clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom." The manservant reminded once more. "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that the manservant spoke of were the imperial cities Duan Clan, Shao Clan, and Su Clan, not to mention existences that were inferior to these 3 great clans. With Xiongquan here, even if it was these 3 great clans, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid. "Guest, what do all of you eat?" The manservant asked respectfully. "Help us order as you see fit. We don't have any dietary restrictions," Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. The manservant acknowledged and left. "It's time to eat. Remove your veils." Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little girls by his side and lightly smiled as he spoke. The 2 little girls blinked their beautiful eyes and obediently removed the veils on their faces. And it was at this instant that a wave of sounds of cups shattering sounded out in the restaurant. It was some male customers that were completely dumbstruck when they saw Li Fei and Kerr, and they didn't even realize that the cups in their hands had dropped. In next to no time, the food was served. "Xiongquan, sit down and eat as well." Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan, and Xiongquan complied and sat down. The 4 of them had been hungry for an entire day, and they swept through the entire table of food. Meanwhile, the sky had gradually darkened, but the restaurant was still brightly lit. "I heard that there's a batch of slaves being auctioned in the Ma Clan auction house's auction tonight." "I heard of it as well. It's not only slaves. Supposedly the Ma Clan auction house has also purchased many good things this time. Let's quickly finish our food and go experience it as well." Right at this moment, the discussion of a few middle-aged men at a nearby table entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Ma Clan auction house? Auction?" Duan Lingtian's interest was suddenly piqued. Black Wind City was a border city between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and there were many merchant groups that passed by. There would surely be many merchants that sold off some good things here. Perhaps some things that he was interested in would appear in the auction house. After eating his fill, Duan Lingtian beckoned to the manservant from before. "Guest, do you have any instructions?" The manservant respectfully asked Duan Lingtian. "I want to ask you, if I want to participate in the Ma Clan auction house's auction, what should I do?" Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, and at the same time, he put down a silver ingot. The manservant's eyes lit up as he put away the silver ingot and hurriedly said, "Guest, our Black Wind City has 3 great auction houses that are respectively controlled by the 3 great clans. Every auction house holds an auction every 3 months, and the 2 months that are empty in between are instead reserved for the other 2 auction houses to hold the auction. In other words, Black Wind City holds an auction every other month. Tonight just happens to be the day the Ma Clan auction house holds the auction. Guest, you can be considered to have come at the right time. After exiting our restaurant, turn left and walk all the way to the end of the main road. Then turn right and you'll be able to see the Ma Clan auction house. The entrance fee of the Ma Clan auction house is divided into 2 levels. First, spend 1,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid and sit on the seats in the hall to bid. Second, spend 100,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid. The Ma Clan will provide a private room and the most comprehensive service. As he spoke up to hear, the manservant couldn't help but be astounded. To him, he might not have the chance to enter the Black Wind City's auction house in his lifetime. An ordinary seat costs 1,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and he was slightly surprised as well. And that private room actually costs 100,000 silver. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, isn't the value of silver devalued too much? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he brought along his children who had once again put on their veils and walked out of the restaurant. Xiong Quan led the 4 Fergana horses and followed them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 directly went to the Ma Clan auction house. At this moment, the Ma Clan auction house had already started to enter the venue. However, there weren't many people that entered, and there should still be some time before the auction began. At the entrance of the auction house, a row of manservants stood there like doormen. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just arrived at the entrance of the auction house when a manservant came up to greet them and took the reins of the 4 Fergana horses from Duan Lingtian's hands. Another manservant walked up and respectfully asked, "Guest, may I ask if you need a seat in the main hall or a private room?" "A private room," Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. "Guest, please come with me." Hearing this, the manservant's attitude became even more humble. He led Duan Lingtian's group into the auction house and brought them to the private room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. The clean and tidy private room gave people a comfortable feeling. The private room was extremely spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian walked in the private room. Through the window of the private room, he could just see the auction stage below, which was very convenient. After the manservant came in, he began to pour hot tea and prepared snacks for Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls. Then he respectfully stood to the side. A moment later, a knock sounded on the door. The manservant stepped out and opened the door of the private room, respectfully greeting the person outside. Manager. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked in and looked at Duan Lingtian. "Guest, hello. I'm the manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin." With the arrival of the manager of the auction house, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed the purpose of his visit. With a raise of his hand, 100,000 taels of silver appeared out of thin air and was handed over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin received the silver, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that this young man who looked less than 20 years old was not simple. To have a storage ring at such a young age, he obviously had an extraordinary background. "Thank you, guest." After Ma Qin received the silver, he deeply looked at Xiong Quan, who was behind Duan Lingtian, before turning to leave. "For guests, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be waiting at the door." The manservant respectfully said to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, then retreated and closed the door. At this moment, Kerr and Li Fei also took off their veils. Just staying in this rundown place for a few hours would cost 100,000 taels of silver? Li Fei shook her head, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Although Kerr didn't say anything, her face was similarly filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This was something he could understand. After all, this place couldn't compare to those cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. To a certain extent, this place could already be considered to be a city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, this Black Wind City was a place that merchants had to pass through, and the level of consumption here was probably not inferior to those cities in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was something Duan Lingtian noticed when he was paying the bill at the restaurant. Why haven't we started yet? Chapter 246. It should be soon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, seeming to have noticed something. At this moment, through the window of the room, he could vaguely see a few people walking into the hall and finding a seat in the hall to sit down. Along with the passage of time, the number of people grew more and more. Before long, the hall was filled with people, and it was a dense mass of people. A seat in the hall costs 1,000 silver per person. Just the entrance fee of this Ma Clan auction house is enough to make one's hands go soft. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. When the number of people increased, it naturally became noisy. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw an old man slowly walking up the auction stage. He knew that the auction was about to begin. As expected, everyone, welcome to our Ma Clan auction house. I guarantee that everyone will absolutely feel that this trip today was not made in vain. After the old man ascended the auction stage, he started talking nonsense that didn't contain any substance. It was none other than bragging about how good the auction items of their Ma Clan auction house today were. As the saying goes, Huangpa sells melons and praises herself. All right, I see that everyone seems to be slightly impatient. Let's bring up the first auction item now. The old man's voice suddenly sounded out. For a moment, the group of people in the hall that were drowsy shuddered and awoke from their stupor. A young woman held a tray that was covered by a red cloth in her hand as she walked up the auction stage. Along with the young woman removing the red cloth, the thing on the tray appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a medicinal pill bottle. The old man picked up the medicinal pill bottle, swept his gaze across the hall, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, there are 10 origin-strengthening pills within this medicinal pill bottle." Origin-strengthening pills were medicinal pills used by origin core stage martial artists to cultivate, and it could increase one's cultivation speed. But origin-strengthening pills were sold everywhere, even in medicine stores outside. For a moment, many people lost interest. There were even people that said in disdain, "When did the Ma Clan auction house decline to such an extent? They're actually taking out this sort of trashy thing to auction." Origin-strengthening pills, 10,000 silver per pill in medicine stores outside. The price is clearly marked. Yeah, there's no need to take out this sort of thing to auction, right? Quickly change to the next auction item. The group of people in the hall spoke out one after another. Everyone, please be quiet. In the face of such a scene, the old man's expression did not change. He even seemed to have known that something like this would happen. As the old man raised his hand, the hall fell silent. Everyone, do you think that our Ma family auction house will auction off an ordinary yuan-strengthening pill? The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As everyone knows, the purity of the pills refined by ordinary alchemists is at most a little over 60%. Being able to achieve 65% purity is already considered extremely rare. However, the purity of this bottle of origin-strengthening pills in my hands had reached 75%. 75%? What does that mean? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. Once consumed, the cultivation speed will be twice as fast as an ordinary origin-strengthening pill. If it's given to those origin core stage martial artists who have fallen into a bottleneck and are unable to break through for a long time, relying on this origin-strengthening pill, they might even be able to directly break through. As expected, the old man's words caused a commotion in the hall. Origin-strengthening pill with 75% purity? Really? Which alchemist is so awesome to be able to refine such a high-purity origin-strengthening pill? In the hall, many people didn't quite believe it. In their impression, A medicinal pill with a purity of over 70% could already be considered as an existence of legends. A medicinal pill with a purity of over 75% was already close to the legendary medicinal pill with a purity of 80%. When the old man saw this, he continued, "Everyone, these 10 origin-strengthening pills were personally verified by our Ma family's Lord Hu Jun. So, everyone doesn't have to worry about whether the purity of the medicinal pill conforms to what I've said. Out of the 10 origin-strengthening pills, 7 have a purity of 75%, and 3 have a purity that's infinitely close to 76%. Moreover, the credibility of our Ma family is obvious to all." Many people in the hall nodded when they heard the old man's words. The Ma family had indeed never lost their credibility in an auction. Since it was verified by Lord Hu Jun, then there's naturally no problem. Exactly, Lord Hu Jun is the one and only grade 7 alchemist in Blackwind City. His judgment is surely not wrong. Old Man Ma, quickly state the starting price. The people in the hall spoke out one after another, urging the old man to state the starting price. Within the room, a wisp of surprise appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Purity 75%? He never imagined that at the common border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a medicinal pill with such a high purity would appear. Purity 75%. It was sufficient to show that the alchemist that refined this origin-strengthening pill was an alchemist with abundant experience and extraordinary natural talent. Of course, this purity wasn't taken seriously by Duan Lingtian. Not to mention a purity of 75%, even if it was a purity of 90%, he would still be able to easily refine it. If he were to seriously refine it, he would even be able to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 99%. The lifetime experience and ability of the Samsara Emperor Wu in his alchemy was no joke. A purity of only 75%, and you have the nerve to auction it off? Li Fei grunted in a low voice. She remembered that the origin-strengthening pill her man refined had a purity of over 90%. As far as she was concerned, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was simply trash when compared to the origin-strengthening pill refined by her man. But even if it was trash, the price of the auction still shocked Li Fei. Along with the old man stating the starting price, 10 origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% were actually auctioned off for a high price of 300,000 silver. Not only that, the auction still continued. 400,000 silver. 500,000 silver. Hearing the bids in the main hall, Li Fei said dumbfoundedly, "Mad. They've surely gone mad." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, as he felt it was understandable. To a certain extent, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was indeed able to help an origin core martial artist break through the final bottleneck and smoothly step into the next level. Of course, it was only limited to first-level and second-level origin core martial artists. After all, it was only an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. 1 million silver. Finally, along with a deep voice sounding out from a room on the second floor, a bottle of origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% was won by him. The guest in room number 5 has obtained this bottle of origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75%. The old man on the auction platform announced. Subsequently, another young woman held a tray and ascended the auction platform. The item being auctioned this time was a grade 8 spirit weapon with an amplification of 18%. Duan Lingtian and the others similarly weren't interested in this auction item. Scoundrel, those 10 origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% are actually able to be sold for 1 million silver. If you were to sell the origin-strengthening pills you refined, wouldn't it be even more valuable? Li Fei recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Lingtian as traces of bright lights condensed within her beautiful eyes. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled. An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% is already worth 100,000 silver. I wonder how much the pure origin pills with a purity of 90% and above can be sold for. Li Fei had a curious expression, as if she urgently wanted to know the answer. How could Duan Lingtian be unable to see through Li Fei's thoughts? He shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, if you really want to know, Then I'll choose an origin strengthening pill with the lowest purity I refined and auction it at the Ma Clan auction house. I think they would be interested as well. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and the nearby cur had a curious expression as well. Xiong Quan, call the attendant outside in. Duan Lingtian instructed Xiong Quan. In next to no time, the attendant entered. Guest, do you have any instructions? Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a medicinal pill bottle appeared in his hand. Then he passed it to the attendant. There's a medicinal pill within. I intend to auction it at your auction house. Ask your manager to make the arrangements. The attendant heard this and extended his hand to receive it, but didn't ask anything. He knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. After the attendant left, Duan Lingtian once again looked at the auction platform and noticed that the grade 8 spirit weapon had just been won by someone. Manager. After the attendant obtained the medicinal pill bottle Duan Lingtian gave him, he went to look for manager Ma Qin. Ma Qin's gaze descended onto the attendant's hand and asked, "A guest wants to auction something?" "Yes, manager. It's that young guest." The attendant spoke respectfully. "Young guest? That violet-clothed young man?" Ma Qin asked curiously. "Yes." The attendant nodded. Ma Qin received the medicinal pill bottle and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he noticed that there was actually an origin-strengthening pill within. What does that guest mean? Origin-strengthening pill? And there's only one? In the end, he didn't directly send the origin-strengthening pill back, but instead took it to the backstage of the auction house. Lord Hu Jun. In next to no time, Ma Qin found their Ma clan's one and only grade 7 alchemist, Hu Jun. So long as the Ma clan auction house held an auction, Hu Jun would be present. Hu Jun was an old man over 70 years old, and when he saw Ma Qin arrive, he asked curiously, "Manager Qin, is something the matter?" Ma Qin passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. "Lord Hu Jun, this is an item that a guest wants to auction in our auction house. Help me take a look and see if there's anything special about it." "What's this?" Hu Jun received the medicinal pill bottle and asked curiously, "Origin strengthening pill." The corners of Ma Qin's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Origin strengthening pill? Hu Jun couldn't help but be stunned. Then he frowned. Isn't this nonsense? Which guest had consigned this item for auction? Unless it's an origin strengthening pill with a purity of 70% or above, otherwise, there's utterly no value in auctioning it. Lord Hu Jun, the guest that auctioned this origin strengthening pill seems to have an extraordinary background, so I didn't directly send it back to him. Help me take a look first. If it really doesn't work, I'll send it back to him. Ma Qin spoke with slight difficulty. Hu Jun nodded, then opened the medicinal pill bottle and poured out the medicinal pill within. 1. Chapter 247. Ma Qin wasn't surprised when he saw Hu Jun become enraged, as he was mentally prepared. Manager Qin, quickly return this origin-strengthening pill. Aren't you fooling around? Hu Jun took a deep breath and stuffed the origin-strengthening pill back into the medicinal pill bottle, then closed the lid once more before passing it over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin didn't receive it and said, "Manager Qin, you should observe it according to the usual practice. Your actions don't conform to the rules." Hu Jun frowned and said in a low voice, "Is there still a need to test? Could it be that you think this origin-strengthening pill can compare to the bottle of origin-strengthening pills that was auctioned off earlier?" However, even though he said this, Hu Jun still withdrew the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it. Ma Qin stared fixedly at Hu Jun's expression, hoping for a miracle to occur, even though the chances were slim. Before long, Ma Qin noticed that the enraged expression on Hu Jun's face had frozen. "There's a chance." Ma Qin's eyes shone. "This? Now!" The enraged expression on Hu Jun's face vanished like smoke into thin air, and replacing it was excitement. Simply a work of art that excels nature. A work of art that excels nature. Perfect, too perfect. Ma Qin was shocked by Hu Jun. "Lord Hu Jun, are you all right?" It wasn't the first day that he knew this grade 7 alchemist before him, but he was sure that it was absolutely the first time that he saw this grade 7 alchemist so excited. Even when he appraised the 75% purity bottle of origin strengthening pills, This grade 7 alchemist wasn't so excited. Manager Qin, who put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction? I want to see him. Hu Jun instantly stood up from his seat and completely lost his composure. Lord Hu Jun, you. Ma Qin was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that this origin-strengthening pill was really a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above? Isn't this too unbelievable? Manager Qin, do you know the purity of this origin-strengthening pill? Hu Jun took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart as he slowly asked, could it be that it's really 80% and above? Ma Qin stared with an astonished expression. If it was really a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above, then their Ma clan auction house would really be in the limelight this time. Although a medicinal pill with a purity of 75% was rare, in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it wasn't like it didn't exist. But a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seemed to have never appeared. 80%? Hearing Ma Qin's words, Hu Jun was stunned. Who told you that this yuan-strengthening pill's purity is 80%? Don't tell me you don't have 80%? 79%? Ma Qin's face was full of doubt. His excited mood had also calmed down slightly. He was wondering how it was possible for a pill with a purity of over 80% to appear. 79%? Humph. If I'm not wrong, the purity of this origin-strengthening pill is at least above 90%. Hu Jun grunted coldly as he spoke in a clear voice, and as he finished speaking, a wisp of excitement appeared on his face. To an alchemist, being able to see a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% was undoubtedly a great honor. What he wanted to do the most right now was to meet the person who put this medicinal pill up for auction. If he could contact the alchemist who refined this origin-strengthening pill and obtain his guidance, his accomplishments in the Tao of Alchemy would surely be able to advance a step further. Therefore, Hu Jun's heart was like an arrow right now. He couldn't wait to see the customer who consigned this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of over 90%. Steward Qin, quickly bring me to meet that honorable guest. Hu Jun's tone was incomparably urgent. His chest heaved up and down continuously like a bellows, and his eyes flickered with excitement. Except, he very quickly discovered that Ma Qin didn't have the slightest reaction, as if he completely didn't hear what he said. 90% and above? Ma Qin was stupefied. His heart trembled, and in the next moment, his entire person seemed as if he was choked by someone, and his face flushed red. Even though he wasn't an alchemist, he also knew what a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% represented. Heavens! This kind of medicinal pill was absolutely an existence of legends, an existence of myths. Now, it appeared in their Ma clan auction house? Steward Qin. Following Hu Jun's cold shout, Ma Qin finally reacted. Lord Hu Jun, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought earlier. Quickly bring me to meet that honorable guest. Hu Jun continued to repeat, his tone still urgent. Within the private room, Duan Lingtian was drowsy. He originally thought that this Ma clan auction house's auction might have something that he was interested in appearing. But up until now, 5 items had been auctioned, and there wasn't a single item that he was interested in. Instead, it was Li Fei and Kerr who watched with interest. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian with a calm expression, and he didn't care in the slightest about everything in the outside world. Knock, knock. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out, and the attendant's voice sounded out. Guest, our steward wants to see you. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he wasn't surprised. Even though that origin-strengthening pill was a substandard product that he refined, its purity was still 91%. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, or even the foreign lands, there might not be an alchemist capable of refining a medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. This was the patent of the Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal-grade alchemist. He'd guessed since long ago that so long as the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist discerned the purity of the origin-strengthening pill, he would surely come looking for him. Come in. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian saw Ma Qin once again, and he also saw the old man behind Ma Qin. Although it was the first time he'd seen this old man, Duan Lingtian still guessed his identity at the first possible moment. It ought to be the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist. Guessed. Ma Qin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with reverence. What a joke. Even if he used his but to think, he would be able to realize that a person that was able to produce an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above wasn't simple. There was obviously an extremely terrifying alchemist behind the old man. No, an alchemist that was able to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 90% and above wasn't enough to use the word terrifying to describe him. Calling him abnormal wasn't an exaggeration. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ma Qin and asked. Ma Qin took a deep breath and introduced the old man beside him to Duan Lingtian. Guest, this is our Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist, Lord Hu Jun. It's Lord Hu Jun who wants to see you. Esteemed guest. Hu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. May I ask which esteemed alchemist refined this origin-strengthening pill that you put up for auction? When faced with Hu Jun's burning gaze, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I don't know as well. What? Hu Jun was stunned, and so was Ma Qin. Duan Lingtian continued. That origin-strengthening pill was given to me by an old fellow. But that was a matter of a few months ago. I only have one left now, and the other few have already been consumed by me. Hu Jun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and when he noticed that there wasn't any inkling on Duan Lingtian's face, he asked, Guest, do you know the whereabouts of that senior? Duan Lingtian shook his head. I don't know. I only met him once. At that time, he said I was handsome and liked me, so he gave me a few origin-strengthening pills. At the beginning, I thought he was stingy, but later on I noticed that the origin-strengthening pills he gave me weren't simple. Alas, if I knew his origin-strengthening pills were so good, I would have asked for a few hundred more from him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had a face full of regret. A few hundred? Hu Jun and Ma Qin glanced at each other, and both had bitter smiles on their faces. This young man was really like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. This was an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above. Him being able to obtain a few was already an enormous fortune. Right, this origin-strengthening pill of mine ought to be able to be sold for some money, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and Hu Jun and asked like a rash youth, Guest, don't worry, we'll absolutely auction it for a price you'll never be able to imagine. But, guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house is to take 10% of the handling fee. Ma Qin added, 10%? Aren't you guys too greedy? Duan Lingtian frowned. Guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house have always been like this. Do you still want to auction this origin-strengthening pill? Ma Qin asked. If it's taking 10% of the handling fee, then I won't auction it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Ma Qin was dumbstruck. Guest, don't you want to reconsider? There's no need. I won't auction it. Return it to me. Duan Lingtian spoke resolutely, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand to look at Hu Jun who held the origin-strengthening pill. Hu Jun took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, if you really give it to us to auction, then we won't take your handling fee. Lord Hu Jun. Ma Qin was stunned. Manager Qin, I believe that even if the patriarch was present, he would make this decision as well. You ought to be able to realize that once this origin-strengthening pill is auctioned off in our Ma clan auction house's auction, its significance to our Ma clan auction house is extraordinary. Hu Jun spoke with a serious expression. Ma Qin pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, then we'll do as Lord Hu Jun says. Guest, we won't take your handling fee. Are you willing to continue giving the origin-strengthening pill to our Ma clan auction house for auction? Since you won't take the handling fee, then I'm naturally willing to give it to you to auction. Duan Lingtian spoke in all seriousness. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin and Hu Jun nodded to Duan Lingtian, then directly left. After they found out that this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above was something that Duan Lingtian had obtained by chance, the two of them lost interest in Duan Lingtian. The door to the room was closed once again. Li Fei, who'd been holding back her laughter all along, couldn't help but laugh, and her face revealed a beautiful and brilliant smile. Scoundrel, when you duped people earlier, it was as if it was real. If it wasn't for me knowing your background, perhaps I would have been deceived by you. Yeah, young master, your acting earlier was too real. Kerr nodded in deep agreement, and her beautiful face was filled with adoration. What I'm most curious about now is exactly what price that origin-strengthening pill can be sold for. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. And right at this moment, the voice of the old man introducing the current auction item sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian's gaze to abruptly light up. Chapter 248. Silverly Grass? Duan Lingtian's gaze looked through the window of the room and landed on the old man's hand on the auction stage. In the old man's hand was a very special medicinal herb. Unlike ordinary medicinal herbs, this medicinal herb was completely silver-white in color and flickered with a faint luster. With a glance, one would know that this wasn't an ordinary medicinal herb. As expected, waves of surprised voices sounded out in the hall. It's really the silverly grass. I heard that when refining medicinal pills below grade 6, as long as this silverly grass is put into the medicinal cauldron, it can increase the purity by 10%. This silverly grass is a treasure to alchemists. The old man on the auction stage lightly smiled. Guests seem to understand the silverly grass very well. That's right, the silverly grass can indeed increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6 by at least 10%. If you're lucky, it can even increase by close to 15%. Increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6? Within the room, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. In his opinion, this was only the most common and extensive use of the silverly grass, and it was difficult to fully reflect the value of the silverly grass. If this silverly grass fell into his hands, it could become an invincible, sharp weapon. Guests, the starting price of the silver separation grass is 100,000 silver. Now, those who are interested may bid. The old man on the auction stage slowly said, 100,000 silver. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, someone in the hall made a bid, 200,000 silver. 300,000 silver. In a short while, the price of the silverly grass rose steadily. Scoundrel, you're interested in this silverly grass as well? Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. She also noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the silverly grass. I'm determined to get this silverly grass. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he nodded. Young master, could it be that you want to use this silverly grass to refine medicinal pills? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. Refining pills? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Kerr, the purity of the medicinal pills I refine are all above 90%, so adding the silver separation grass or not doesn't make much of a difference. I want to obtain this silver separation grass not to use it to refine medicinal pills, but to use it to inscribe inscriptions. The silver separation grass was the main material for a powerful offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian could inscribe. That offensive inscription pattern was one of the most powerful inscriptions that Duan Lingtian could inscribe. It was extremely domineering. Kerr nodded, and Li Fei also understood. At this time, the bidding in the hall slowed down. The current price of silver separation grass was 900,000 taels of silver. The one who bid this price was a fat man in luxurious clothes in the hall. Seeing that no one continued to bid with him, the fat man crossed his legs and a smug look appeared on his face. 1 million. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. This caused the smile on the fat man's face to completely freeze, and he cursed. I don't want it anymore. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. He understood that the guests in the rooms on the second floor were only starting to bid now. He wasn't in a hurry to bid. 1,100,000. A voice sounded out from another room. In the end, these two people bid the price of the silver separation grass to 1,700,000. The guest in room number 7 bid 1,700,000. Is there anyone else who wants it? The old man on the auction platform slowly spoke. 170,000 going once, 170,000 going twice, 2 million. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke out. He was waiting for this final opportunity to make a move. For a moment, Room number 7 went silent. The hall was in an uproar. Crazy. It's only a stalk of silver separation grass, but it's actually bid for 2 million. Yeah, silver separation grass is at most able to increase the purity of a cauldron of grade 7 medicinal pills. 1,700,000 is already a sky-high price. We don't understand the world of the rich. Currently, most of the people in the hall felt that the bid of 2 million was a sucker. The old man on the auction platform also didn't expect that the silver separation grass could be bid for a high price of 2 million, and his face slightly flushed. The guest in room number 1 bid 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going thrice. Sold. The silver separation grass belongs to the guest in room number 1. In the end, the silver separation grass was bid for by Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. After a while, the sound of knocking came from the door. The attendant said respectfully, "Guest, the silver separation grass you bid for is here. Bring it in." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. The door of the room was opened. Duan Lingtian obtained the silver separation grass and paid 2 million silver at the same time. A stalk of grass for 2 million silver, this was inconceivable and incomprehensible in the eyes of others. But as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 2 million silver was well spent. The silver separation grass was the main material of the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was a formidable offensive inscription. Once used, martial artists below the void prying stage would die without a doubt. Even a half-step void stage martial artist wouldn't be able to escape from the blaze inscription. The overbearingness of the blaze inscription was obvious. Unfortunately, a single blaze inscription requires a complete stalk of silver separation grass as the main material. Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to use a stalk of silver separation grass to inscribe 10 or 8 blaze inscriptions, but he knew that this was only his wishful thinking. If the blaze inscription wasn't inscribed from a complete stalk of silver separation grass, its might would be greatly reduced. It was even inferior to the bone corrosion inscription. "I'm still too greedy." Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed in his heart. Being able to obtain a stalk of silver separation grass and inscribe a blaze inscription could already be considered as his fortune. "Scoundrel, what kind of inscription can be inscribed on this silver separation grass?" Li Fei noticed the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face and asked curiously. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Even Xiong Quan's expression didn't change much, but his eyes still emitted a sense of curiosity. After following the young master for a long time, his initial shock had turned into numbness. The shock that the young master brought him was too much. Now, he wouldn't find it strange if a miracle were to happen to the young master. Blaze inscription? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. Then he spoke of the might of the blaze inscription, able to annihilate any existence below the void prying stage. Li Fei and Kerr's delicate bodies trembled as they were both shocked. What a terrifying, offensive inscription this was. Xiong Quan's face emitted astonishment as well. Even if he was from a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a formidable offensive inscription that could annihilate any martial artist below the void prying stage was something he'd only heard of and had never seen before. According to his knowledge, this type of inscription could only be inscribed by those heaven-defying inscription masters. He suddenly felt that even now, his understanding of the young master was still a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Being able to obtain a silver separation grass this time can be considered to be a good harvest. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction, then his gaze descended onto the auction platform in the hall. Presently, the item being auctioned on the auction platform wasn't an object, but a person, a robust man that was bound by iron chains. On the robust man's face was a strange brand. Slave? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recognized this brand. Xiong Quan's face had this brand as well. However, the brand on Xiong Quan's face was currently covered by a mask, so others were utterly unable to notice it. The robust man stood on the auction platform and his icy cold gaze swept past the auction hall, causing many people's faces to go grim. Third level of the nascent soul stage? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian vaguely recognized the robust man's cultivation. Meanwhile, the old man in the auction hall spoke out. Everyone, this person beside me is a slave that possesses a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Everyone knows about slaves, so I won't introduce them. The starting bid is 1 million silver. 1 million silver? Duan Lingtian looked coldly at the scene before him, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Even though he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian wasn't Samsara Emperor Wu in the end, and he had his own thoughts. Now, when he saw the slave before him being auctioned off, his heart gradually went cold. In this world where the strong were respected, a human life was as cheap as grass and could be measured with money. Only by becoming a true expert would he be able to protect himself and everyone by his side. He knew that if he wanted to become a true expert, the path he had to walk was still far away. 5 million silver, 6 million silver. The price of a third-level nascent soul stage slave rose steadily. In the end, it was bought by someone at the high price of 8 million silver. Subsequently, a few more slaves were auctioned off. The strength of the slaves at the back grew stronger and stronger. The strongest was actually in existence at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was finally bought by someone at the high price of 80 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. These people spent so much money to buy these slaves. Could it be that they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them? Li Fei was slightly unable to understand. As far as she was concerned, the risk of easily spending a few million, or even a few tens of millions to buy a slave that they couldn't raise was truly too great. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, the people that dared to buy these slaves generally don't lack experts by their side, so they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them. Since these people have been reduced to slaves, it also shows that they're afraid of death. For the sake of survival, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Li Fei nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. The next auction item wasn't a slave. A young woman carried a tray that was covered by a red cloth and walked up the auction platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! Practically at this moment, the two little pythons under Duan Lingtian's sleeve flashed out and descended before the window. Hiss hiss. Chapter 249. Needless to say, the actions of the two little pythons had shocked Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Little Black and Little White discovered something edible? Li Fei's voice abruptly sounded out, and it was filled with surprise. It should be. Duan Lingtian approved of Li Fei's words, as these two little pythons were simply two foodies. But he was slightly curious. What exactly was it that was able to make these two little fellows so excited? Hiss hiss. The two little pythons seemed to be able to understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and they turned around and fiercely flicked out their tongues, as if they were announcing their dissatisfaction. Young master, big sister Feier, don't talk about Little Black and Little White. Look, they're both angry. Kerr lightly stroked the little heads of the two little pythons, and the two little fellows meekly rubbed against Kerr before turning around and continuing to stare fixedly at the plate that was covered by the red cloth. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his gaze returned to the auction platform. Right at this moment, the old man on the auction platform lifted up the red cloth on the plate. One could vaguely see that a ferocious beast with a dispirited aura was locked up within a specially made small cage. This ferocious beast was a little mouse, and unlike ordinary mice that caused others to feel loathing, this mouse's entire body was covered in golden fur and fluffy fur, and it was extremely similar to the plush toys on Earth in his previous life. Presently, the little mouse was lying there drowsily. It's been drugged? Duan Lingtian frowned, as he noticed with a single glance that this little golden mouse had been drugged with something similar to the origin restriction goo. The origin restriction goo was the poison that Xiong Quan was drugged with earlier, and it was capable of suppressing origin energy. So cute. The beautiful eyes of Li Fei and Kerr lit up when they saw this little golden mouse, and traces of maternal radiance were suffused within them. Hiss hiss. After the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse, they became abnormally excited. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian watching from the side, it was very likely that they would have directly smashed the window and charged down. Little Black, Little White, you aren't thinking of eating it, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little guys with a strange look in his eyes. Little black, little white, you have to be obedient. You can't eat it. Li Fei and Kerr also hurriedly looked at the two little guys and said in unison. Immediately, the two little fellows drooped their heads and their eyes flashed. They were obviously unhappy. Do you really plan to eat it? Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Didn't they say snakes and mice are in the same nest? However, if the poison in its body is removed, even if the two of you want to eat it, I'm afraid it will be impossible. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse once more. He was able to discern that the strength of this little gold mouse at its prime was probably not the slightest bit inferior to the two little pythons, or even stronger. Young master, you said that little gold mouse is stronger than little black and little white? Kerr couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She knew the strength of the two little pythons. That cute little gold mouse that seemed to be harmless was stronger than them? Li Fei was stunned as well, and she had an expression of disbelief. Scoundrel, you wouldn't have seen wrongly, right? Hiss hiss, the two little pythons seemed to have understood what Duan Lingtian said, and they glared at Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian kick back at them, they instantly became dispirited and drooped their heads in dejection. You two little fellows, don't be unconvinced. Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, can you buy it? Kerr looked at the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the radiance of motherly nature. Yeah, scoundrel, this little gold mouse is too cute. Li Fei spoke out in unison. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Since both of you like it, then I'll buy it. If I'm not wrong, this little gold mouse is very likely a gold fur mouse. Gold fur mouse? Kerr was fine and didn't have much of a reaction. However, Li Fei was slightly moved. Gold fur mouse? The king of fierce beasts that's said to be the strongest beneath demon beasts? The strongest rat-type fierce beast? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on its characteristics, it's more than 90% likely a gold fur mouse. As for whether it's a gold fur mouse or not, I'll have to wait until I buy it before I can observe it closely. The old man on the auction platform had already started to introduce the little gold mouse. Everyone, this auction item is one of the last 3 auction items for tonight's auction. I presume some of the guests present have discerned it. Right, this is a gold fur mouse and it's even an infant mouse. Normally speaking, an infant gold fur mouse would at most possess a strength at the origin core stage. But this infant mouse possesses a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the hall was in an uproar and completely went into an uproar. An infant gold fur mouse, 7th level of the nascent soul stage? In this way, once this infant mouse matures, it's extremely likely that it'll transform into an existence at the half-step void stage. Not only at the half-step void stage, a gold fur mouse that possesses a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage at an infant stage can be considered to be a variant amongst gold fur mice, possessing extraordinary natural talent, even to the extent that it might transform into a demon beast. Demon beast? That's an existence at the void stage or above. Everyone was excited. Buying this infant gold fur mouse was equivalent to buying an existence that had the potential to transform into a demon beast. A demon beast was comparable to a void stage expert. Don't be happy too early. Gold fur mice are famous for being ferocious. Do all of you think you can control it? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the corner of the hall. Instantly, the clamorous sounds in the hall calmed down. Right. A king of fierce beasts like the gold fur mouse wouldn't be willing to become a vassal of humans. If one didn't possess formidable strength, then one couldn't even think of controlling this gold fur mouse. Everyone, this infant gold fur mouse has been poisoned with origin-sealing liquid by us, and its strength is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Once it's bought by a customer, our Ma Clan auction house will send it along with the antidote. The old man spoke once more as he slowly spoke. Young master, what's origin-sealing liquid? In room number 1, Kerr had a curious expression as she asked Duan Lingtian. Origin-sealing liquid is a type of poison that suppresses origin energy, but it can only suppress the origin energy of martial artists and fierce beasts below the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian explained. The origin sealing liquid could be considered to be a lower-level version of the origin forbidding goo. It was far inferior to the origin forbidding goo. If it was the origin forbidding goo, then so long as it wasn't in existence at the void initiation stage or above, practically everyone would be affected. Just like Xiong Quan, he was poisoned by the origin forbidding goo that day. Kerr came to a sudden understanding when she heard what Duan Lingtian said. I truly never imagined that this infant goldfur mouse is even stronger than Little Black and Little White. Li Fei spoke in surprise. Her words caused the two little pythons to become restless, and their small eyes were filled with indignation. You two little fellows are still unconvinced? Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flick the little heads of the two little pythons, then his gaze once again descended onto the infant goldfur mouse, and his brows slightly frowned. Logically speaking, an infant goldfur mouse is at most at the 9th level of the origin core stage before it reaches adulthood. Looks like this little gold mouse isn't so simple. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't discern that this little gold mouse was an infant. Now that he heard what the old man said, he came to a sudden understanding, and he realized that this little gold mouse was mysterious and not simple. Meanwhile, the bidding for the infant goldfur mouse had begun. 1 million gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the 2nd floor, and it directly suppressed all the bids from before. Instantly, the hall went deathly silent. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Practically no one in the hall was able to take out so much money. It's room number 7 again. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He'd used 2 million silver to suppress the bidding price of room number 7's 1,700,000 silver to obtain the silver firegrass from before. 1,500,000 gold. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from another room, 2 million gold. A voice sounded out from another room. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. These people are really rich and overbearing. Finally, the bidding price of the infant goldfur mouse temporarily quieted down after the bidding price of 3 million gold was announced by the number 7 room. 3 million gold. That's 300 million silver. What the heck is in room number 7? So rich and overbearing. Only the people of the Ma clan auction house know the identities of the people in the rooms on the 2nd floor. Even if they leave through a special passageway. Perhaps they're members of the 3 great clans of Black Wind City, or perhaps they're members of those large trading companies. Even if the people in the hall were just spectators, they were still shocked by such a sky-high price. 3 million gold. To them, this was a fortune that was difficult to reach. The guest in room number 7 has bid 3 million gold. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding? On the auction stage, the old man was slightly excited as well. 3 million gold going once. 3 million gold going twice. 3,010,000 gold. Under the expectant gazes of Li Fei and Kerr, Duan Lingtian unhurriedly increased the price. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing the entire hall to become silent. After a short moment, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone else is adding hundreds of thousands. Isn't the guest in room number 1 too stingy? Exactly. It's actually only adding 10,000 gold. Many people started discussing. When Duan Lingtian heard these discussions, he was disdainful. 10,000 gold? Easy for you to say. That was gold, not silver. 10,000 gold was equivalent to 1 million silver, equivalent to a Fergana horse. This was still considered little? The loud and clear voice from the 7th room once again sounded out. 3,500,000 taels of gold. The group of people in the hall immediately sighed in admiration. This is what you call domineering, directly adding 490,000 gold. Exactly, compared to the guest in room number 7, the guest in room 1 is too stingy. I wonder if the guest in room 1 will continue to bid. Chapter 250. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian once again announced the bidding price. Silence. The hall was deathly silent. No one had expected that not only did the guest in room 1 follow up, he even added another 10,000 gold. Oomph! A sonorous voice sounded out from room 7, and it contained slight anger mixed within. 3,800,000 gold. 3,801,000 taels of gold. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. This time, the people in the hall were once again speechless. However, room 7 went silent and didn't continue to increase the price. Obviously, 3,800,000 gold was the price in the heart of the person in room 7. On the auction platform, the old man raised his voice. The guest in room 1 has bid 3,810,000 gold. Are there any guests that continue to increase the price? 3,810,000 taels of gold going once. 3,810,000 taels of gold going twice. 3,810,000 taels of gold going thrice. Sold. Yeah. Within room 1, Li Fei and Kerr both had excited expressions. Li Fei even boldly approached Duan Lingtian and gave Duan Lingtian a kiss. Although Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, his heart was dripping blood. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor had bestowed him 10 million gold, and in this short period of time, he'd used up less than half of it. This less than half was almost a quarter of all the gold and silver in his possession added together. Guest. In next to no time, the attendant's voice sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, personally bring in the cage that contained the little gold mouse and the antidote. Ma Qin's gaze was complicated. He never imagined that this young man possessed such enormous wealth. That was almost 4 million gold. After Ma Qin put down the little gold mouse and antidote, Duan Lingtian withdrew 3,810,000 gold from his spatial ring and passed it to Ma Qin. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. After the door to the room was closed, Duan Lingtian opened the cage and carried out the little gold mouse. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a ferocious light, and it wanted to explosively attack Duan Lingtian. However, its current strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage was nothing in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian grabbed it with a flip of his hand and said with a smile, "Little fellow, behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll make them eat you." Duan Lingtian placed the little golden mouse on the table and glanced at the two little pythons. Whoosh, whoosh. The two little pythons flashed out to descend by the little gold mouse's side, and their eyes stared fixedly at the little gold mouse as if they'd encountered their natural enemy, and they ceaselessly flickered their tongues. Hiss, hiss, creak, creak. The little gold mouse didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it stared with its jade-green eyes as it looked the two little pythons in the eye. Jade-green eyes. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this little gold mouse was indeed not a gold fur mouse. The eyes of a gold fur mouse were crimson red, and that was one of the characteristics of a gold fur mouse. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. Perhaps, even the people of the Ma clan auction house had misjudged. Green eyes, gold fur. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he fell into a dazed state. After a short while, he finally noticed that this little gold mouse was no different than a type of mouse that Emperor Wu knew of. That type of mouse was a demon beast. Moreover, it was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon emperor. On Cloud Continent, besides the human Emperor Wu, there was also the demon emperor of the demon beasts that stood at the peak. The strength of a demon emperor wasn't inferior to the human Emperor Wu, and it was even stronger in some aspects. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian finally confirmed that the little gold mouse before him that seemed to be similar to a gold fur mouse was a jade-eyed, heavenly mouse that possessed the natural talent to become a demon emperor. It was a formidable demon beast that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse, and he carefully sized up the glow in its eyes. In the end, he confirmed it. This little gold mouse had been born for less than 5 years, and it was around a year older than Little Black and Little White. Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. That was an existence of legend. All those years ago, even Samsara Emperor Wu had only heard of the existence of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and he'd never seen one. So long as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse didn't die prematurely on its formidable bloodline, becoming a demon emperor was only a matter of time. Now, Duan Lingtian felt that he'd really made the right choice in coming to the Ma clan auction house. This trip wasn't made in vain. Not only had he obtained a silver flame grass, he'd even obtained a jade-eyed heavenly mouse now. Young master, don't hold it like this, it'll hurt. Ker's heart ached as she seized the little gold mouse from Duan Lingtian's hand, and she lightly stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse's azure eyes that were fiercely glaring at him had instead recovered its gentleness when it looked at Ker, and now it was even rubbing against Ker's hand and was extremely meek. So cute. Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse as well, and the little gold mouse closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Hiss hiss, when they saw this scene. The eyes of the two nearby little pythons had an additional sense of jealousy. This little gold mouse wouldn't be male, right? Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flip over the lower half of the little gold mouse's body and glanced at it. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse cried out as it glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. So it's a little female mouse. Duan Lingtian smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons. Little black, little white. Be obedient in the future. I'll make more delicious food for the two of you, and your strengths will surpass it sooner or later. At that time, you can bully it to your heart's content. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons rubbed against Duan Lingtian when they heard this, and they were slightly excited. Scoundrel, you've almost led little black and little white astray. Li Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Duan Lingtian when she saw this scene. Young master, is this antidote directly given to little gold to eat? Ker looked at the antidote on the table as she asked. Little gold? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Ker had already given the little gold mouse a name in such a short period of time. He nodded. Yes, give it directly to it. But if I give it to it now, it won't hurt the two of you, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse with a vigilant expression. The little gold mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after all, a king amongst demon beasts. If it were to lose its temper, then it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, even someone as formidable as Xiong Quan might not be able to rescue them in time. Don't worry, young master, little gold won't attack us. Right, little gold? Ker rubbed the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes were like water as she asked in a light voice. The little gold mouse nodded its little head like a human when it heard this, and at the same time, it glanced complacently at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be amused. In next to no time, Ker fed the little gold mouse the antidote. After it consumed the antidote, the dispirited aura on the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and replacing it was an aura brimming with vitality, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons that were held in Duan Lingtian's hands stared at the little gold mouse, and their gold and silver eyes were filled with vigilance. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the little pythons, and a formidable aura rose from its body. Instantly, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the little gold mouse. It seemed as if it was telling that its small body possessed formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this scene. Xiong Quan took a step forward when he heard this, and the aura of a void-prying stage expert swept out to envelop the little gold mouse and press down upon it. Squeak, squeak, instantly, the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and it suddenly shriveled up as it buried its little head in Ker's hand, and its body even shivered. Young master, how can you let Xiong Quan scare it? Ker looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly pouted. Then she extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. Little gold, it's fine, it's fine. Exactly. Scoundrel, it's still a child. Li Fei spoke as well, and then she consoled the little gold mouse with Ker. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly, as he knew that the motherly instinct of the two young girls had overflowed. However, as far as he was concerned, What he did earlier was necessary. At the very least, he had to let this jade-eyed heavenly mouse know who its master was, and it couldn't be presumptuous before its master. Hiss hiss, when the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse being deflated, they leaped for joy, and they coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm as they danced about, and their little heads ceaselessly rubbed intimately against Duan Lingtian. Little black, little white. Fortunately, I still have the two of you. Otherwise, I would really have no status in this clan. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he looked at the two little pythons, and he had an appearance as if he could only rely on the two of them in the future. His tone faintly contained a trace of jealousy mixed within. Young master, what are you talking about? Scoundrel! Kerr and Li Fei rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this, as they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be jealous of the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was frightened by Duan Lingtian and became well-behaved. Even when Duan Lingtian occasionally stretched out his finger to knock its little head, it dared be angry but didn't dare speak out. However, the little gold mouse was instead close to Kerr and Li Fei from the bottom of its heart. It seemed as if it took the two girls to be its mother. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he drove this jade-eyed heavenly mouse away now, it would probably not be willing to leave. This was something he'd never thought of before. 1,000,000 gold. Right at this moment, a wave of voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and Duan Lingtian once again looked towards the auction hall. In next to no time, he found out what was being auctioned from the sounds of discussion in the hall. It was an offensive inscription. Lightblade inscription. Lightblade inscription was also an inscription that was capable of annihilating a nascent soul martial artist. If it was a surprise attack, then even a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist would be able to succeed. This Lightblade inscription was far inferior to the bone corrosion inscription that Duan Lingtian refined. Chapter 251. In the end, this Lightblade inscription was won by the person in room 7 for 1,600,000 gold. Within the hall, sounds of surprise rose and fell. The guest in room 1 actually didn't bid this time. Yeah, truly strange. The Lightblade inscription is a good thing, although it's only a one-time use. But compared to that gold fur mouse, it's much more practical. Hearing the discussions of these people, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in secret. Lightblade inscription? Not to mention he didn't take a fancy to such an inscription. Even if he wanted it, he could refine it himself. Moreover, the cost was at most 3,000,000 silver, which was 30,000 gold. As far as he was concerned, the person in room 7 was simply a sucker, spending 1,600,000 gold to buy this Lightblade inscription. I never imagined that the art of inscription had already declined to such an extent. A mere Lightblade inscription can be sold for such a high price. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He couldn't help but think in his heart. When the time came when he was really poor to the point he couldn't afford to eat, he could take out the inscription and sell it. It would absolutely be a profitable business. In next to no time, the voice of the old man on the auction stage sounded out again, and his voice was slightly excited. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the last item of today's auction. According to the original plan of our Ma Clan auction house, the Lightblade inscription ought to be the last item of today's auction. However, this last item of today's auction was entrusted to our auction house by a guest at the last moment. As the old man finished speaking, his face slightly flushed red. This scene caused the people in the hall to be curious. What exactly was it that made the old man so excited? Old man Ma, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what it is. Yeah, it's the last item of the auction. Quickly finish the auction. The entire auction hall was in an uproar for a moment. Everyone was filled with interest towards the item that the Ma Clan auction house placed at the end of the auction. They knew clearly in their hearts that according to the usual practice of the Ma Clan auction house, the value of the last item of the auction would absolutely not be inferior to the gold fur mouse and Lightblade inscription. Within room 1. Scoundrel, I didn't think that the Ma family auction house would put the yuan strengthening pill you put up for auction last. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, her pair of clear eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder how much the yuan strengthening pill that you refined with over 90% purity will be auctioned for. Duan Lingtian was also looking forward to it. We'll know how much we can get very soon. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man on the auction stage removed the red cloth from the plate in the young woman's hand. A pill bottle appeared in front of everyone. Medicinal pills again? Immediately, the hall was in an uproar. Could it be the void breaker pill? It's possible. Only the void-cleaving pill has the value to be put in the last auction. If it's a void advancement pill, then its price can easily surpass the gold fur mouse from before. After all, this is a medicinal pill that allows a half-step void stage martial artist to directly break through to the void prying stage. For a moment, many people guessed that the pill bottle in the old man's hand contained the void breaker pill. As far as they were concerned, only the void-cleaving pill had the qualifications to be the last auction item. Void-cleaving pill? Now, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but admire the imagination of the group of people in the hall. The old man raised his hand to make everyone in the hall go silent. Everyone, the pill in my hand isn't a void-cleaving pill. Not a void-cleaving pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was stunned. Not a void-cleaving pill? Then what medicinal pill is it? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old man slowly said, "The pill bottle in my hand contains an origin-strengthening pill." Origin-strengthening pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. An origin-strengthening pill again? And only one? However, this time, no one made a fuss over nothing. After all, with 10 origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity before them, they were mentally prepared. Everyone surely feels it strange that our Ma clan auction house would put an origin-strengthening pill as the last auction item. As the old man spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment to whet the appetite of the people present. This old man is rather professional in hosting auctions. In room number 1, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man through the window and shook his head with a smile. Li Fei and Kerr couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. If it wasn't for them knowing what the old man would say later, perhaps they would be wetted by the old man as well. Finally, the old man spoke with a tone that contained traces of excitement. Everyone, I can guarantee all of you that the value of this origin-strengthening pill is absolutely not inferior to a void-cleaving pill. Hurry up and speak clearly. I thought you were going to speak earlier, but who knew you'd whet our appetite again? The old man's actions had obviously aroused public indignation. The old man laughed embarrassedly. Then he took a deep breath and his expression became serious as he said solemnly, "Guests, everything I said earlier wasn't without reason. Not to mention being unable to find a second origin-strengthening pill in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, you might not be able to find a second one. Because the purity of this origin-strengthening pill has attained an unprecedented 91% after being verified by Lord Hu Jun." As the old man finished speaking, even he himself became excited. Bang! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Instantly, the entire hall was in an uproar. At least more than half of the people shuddered and unconsciously stood up from their seats. Origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? How could this be possible? Even if it's a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, it's an existence of legend. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is practically impossible to exist. If this is true, then the value of this origin-strengthening pill is indeed not something a void-cleaving pill can compare to. Of course, although the void-cleaving pill is precious, it frequently appears in the auctions of the various auction houses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But this origin-strengthening pill, not to mention a purity of 90% or above, even a purity of 80% or above, has never appeared in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This origin-strengthening pill has extraordinary significance. After a wave of excitement, the crowd of people that stood up in the hall sat back down. "Can I take a look at this origin-strengthening pill?" Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, a person directly leaped out of the window and borrowed force to descend onto the auction platform. This was an old man in green clothes. The old man's gaze was brimming with expression, and his entire body stood there with an extraordinary bearing. Grade 7 alchemist? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the Alchemist Guild badge on the old man's chest at the first possible moment. This badge precisely belonged to a Grade 7 alchemist. Grade 7 alchemist. In next to no time, many people recognized the old man's identity and exclaimed in low voices. The green-clothed old man looked at the old man that presided over the auction and slowly said, "I'm an alchemist that was just transferred to Black Wind City by the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In a few days, I'll complete the handover with the acting guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild and become the new guild master." As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, another uproar broke out. So it turned out that this green-clothed old man was an internal member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, he was the new guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. After all, since 3 years ago, the guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild, a Grade 7 alchemist, unexpectedly died. The position of guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild had always been held by a senior Grade 8 alchemist. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom finally sent someone over. So it's the guild master. The old man that presided over the auction respectfully bowed to the green-clothed old man. Then he passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. He wasn't worried that the old man would forcefully seize this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. On the day their Ma Clan auction house held an auction, there would always be 3 half-step void stage experts present. Unless it was a void prying stage expert, otherwise, don't even think of having any devious ideas here. The green-clothed old man poured out the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it, in next to no time. His body lightly trembled as he said in disbelief, "It's really an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. After taking a deep breath, the green-clothed old man returned the origin-strengthening pill to the old man that presided over the auction, and he spoke with an anxious tone. "Can you tell me where the person that put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction is?" "Guildmaster, I'm sorry. Our Ma Clan auction house completely keeps the identity of every customer in the room a secret." The old man that presided over the auction shook his head. The green-clothed old man nodded, then once again flew back to the room. At the same time, his voice sounded out once more. "I'm determined to obtain this origin-strengthening pill. I hope everyone can give me some face." However, no one paid attention to him. However, along with the appearance of the green-clothed old man, practically everyone present was able to confirm that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% that was about to be auctioned was real. On the auction platform, the old man continued, "I presume everyone is clearly aware of what an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% represents. If an alchemist were to use this as a blueprint to conduct research, perhaps they would be able to see through the profundity of the high purity within it and obtain extremely great benefits from it. Moreover, even if a medicinal pill like this was bought and kept, it would still be one of a kind. If it were to be offered to those great sects, or even the imperial family, one would even have the opportunity to obtain unimaginable benefits. I won't waste my breath. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% has a starting price of 1 million gold." In the end, the old man spoke with a clear voice and started the bidding. Right at this instant, the entire hall was deathly silent. Even the various rooms on the second floor had gone silent, and there wasn't the slightest movement. Within the number 1 room, Li Fei was dumbstruck, and she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Scoundrel, does this Ma Clan auction house intentionally not want to help you sell the origin-strengthening pill? Has he gone mad? 1 million gold. It's only an origin-strengthening pill. How could someone possibly—" Li Fei hadn't finished speaking when her beautiful eyes couldn't help but constrict. That was because a voice interrupted her. Chapter 252. 5 million gold. An aged voice sounded out, breaking the tranquility of the auction house's hall. Li Fei's expression froze, and her face was filled with disbelief. Kerr was stunned as well, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with burning admiration. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. He recognized that the owner of this voice was precisely the green-clothed old man from before, the grade 7 alchemist that was about to become the master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. 5 million gold? This price had already completely surpassed the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The first thought in Duan Lingtian's heart was, he had earned back the money he spent on the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. His second thought was, he could be considered to have experienced the meaning of the words things are precious when they are rare. As expected, it caused a stir in the auction house's hall. That Master Guild master directly bid 5 million gold? Although he's a grade 7 alchemist, he shouldn't have that much money, right? Didn't you hear him speak of his identity earlier? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is of extraordinary significance to the Alchemist Guild. He surely wants to use the wealth of the Alchemist Guild to bid for this origin-strengthening pill. Everyone was shocked by the green-clothed old man's generosity. I wonder if anyone will continue to bid. Many people couldn't help but think in their hearts. Finally, 6 million gold. That sonorous voice sounded out once more from room number 7. It's room number 7 again. Who the hell is the person in room number 7? This is too frightening. 6 million gold taels, and he just casually mentioned it. The voice from room number 7 once again caused a stir in the hall. 7 million gold. Right at this moment, the green-clothed old man's voice sounded out once more, and at the same time, he said with a serious voice, "Sir, I hope you can give our Alchemist Guild some face. Let's rely on our own ability." The sonorous voice that sounded out from room number 7 didn't give the green-clothed old man face in the slightest. 8 million gold. The room the green-clothed old man was in went silent, and he didn't bid again. It seemed to have exceeded the price he had in mind. Now, the guest in box number 7 has bid 8 million taels of gold. Are there any other guests who wish to raise the price? 8 million taels of gold going once, 8 million taels of gold going twice. The old man on the auction stage said excitedly, "Did the guest in room 1 give up again? It seems so. He doesn't want such a good thing." Surprised voices could be heard in the hall. 8 million taels of gold going thrice. Deal. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% became the possession of the person in room number 7. In private room number 1, Duan Lingtian laughed. An origin-strengthening pill that only cost a little more than 1,000 taels of silver was actually sold for 8 million taels of gold, which was equivalent to 800 million taels of silver. Even if he deducted the silver used to buy the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and silver parting grass, he still earned over 4 million gold. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. Li Fei felt like she was dreaming. Young master, they're still wondering why you didn't fight for it with the person in room number 7. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and playfully stuck out her tongue. Fight? Duan Lingtian laughed as well. That was something he put up for auction himself. After a short moment, the attendant knocked on the door again. The manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin, appeared once more, and this time, he passed Duan Lingtian 8 million taels of gold. Congratulations, guest. Ma Qin's heart was bleeding. A 10% handling fee, gone just like that. 8 million taels of gold. Even if it was only a 10% handling fee, it would still be 800,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 80 million taels of silver. How do we leave? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and asked, "Guest, we have a special passageway for every guest in the room. You, bring these guests out." Ma Qin looked at the attendant and instructed.
Yes.
The attendant hurriedly nodded, then brought Duan Lingtian's group of 4 out of the room and turned into the special passageway at the side of the room. As for Ma Qin, his eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth, seeming to have made a difficult decision. In next to no time, Ma Qin left room number 1 and walked into room number 7 in the end. Within room number 7, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat there, and behind the middle-aged man were 2 old men. When he saw Ma Qin enter, the sonorous voice of the dignified middle-aged man sounded out. "Manager Ma Qin, have you thought it through? I only want that gold for mouse. Everything else is yours." That person was able to pay almost 4 million taels of gold in one go. He's obviously someone that doesn't lack money. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth twitched when he heard this. That violet-clothed young man naturally didn't lack money, not to mention the wealth in his possession. Just that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold for 8 million taels of gold. As far as he was concerned, the wealth in the possession of that violet-clothed young man absolutely exceeded 10 million taels of gold. When the dignified middle-aged man noticed that Ma Qin was slightly hesitant, he continued, "If Manager Ma Qin isn't at ease, you can follow behind us. Once we kill them, Manager Ma Qin can directly make an appearance, and you don't have to make a move, and you'll be able to obtain all the wealth of that person." Manager Ma Qin, an opportunity knocks only once, and it won't come again. What we want you to pay is only their whereabouts. The dignified middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ma Qin. "I hope Manager Ma Qin can quickly make a decision. Otherwise, once they leave, then everything will be too late." Needless to say, every word of the dignified middle-aged man bombarded Ma Qin's restless heart. Outside the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked out in large strides and looked at the surroundings, and they noticed that it was a remote alley that had no one in sight. This Ma clan auction house is rather considerate. If we leave through this passageway, we'll be completely able to avoid being coveted by others. Li Fei looked at the surroundings as she evaluated. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked out in large strides. "Let's first find an inn to stay at, and we'll leave Black Wind City at dawn tomorrow." However, they'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian became vigilant and stopped moving. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan, who was behind Duan Lingtian, stopped moving and turned around as well. "Who are you people?" Accompanying Xiong Quan's shocked shout was Duan Lingtian that turned around as well. With a single glance, he saw the 3 people that were nearby. A dignified middle-aged man in azure clothes with an extraordinary bearing. Behind him followed 2 old men. The 2 old men were both in gray clothes, and although their eyes were muddy, they gave off an oppressive aura. 3 half-step void stage martial artists? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian noticed the approximate cultivation of the 3 people at the first possible moment. He didn't have to think to know that the appearance of the 3 people here was surely the work of the Ma clan auction house. Ma clan auction house. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He hated people that didn't keep their word and stabbed others in the back the most. "You're from the Ma clan?" Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 3 people before him as he asked in a low voice, "Ma clan?" The dignified middle-aged man in the lead spoke with a loud and clear voice. "Do you think we're from the Ma clan?" Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the dignified middle-aged man's voice. "You're from room number 7? "Exactly." The dignified middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse that lay on Kerr's shoulder. Then he glanced at Kerr and Li Fei, and a trace of shock flashed within his eyes. "Kid, your mistake today is that you shouldn't have bid for this gold fur mouse with me. Unfortunately, these 2 little beauties are going to be buried with you today. Needless to say, your luck with women is really great." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the middle-aged man had come for the little gold mouse. Gold fur mouse? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. Yet he wondered what expression this person would have if he knew the little gold mouse's true identity. Perhaps he would be wild with joy. "Are you so sure that you can kill us?" Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified middle-aged man with a calm gaze as he asked indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something, and his brows raised as his gaze swept towards the distance. He'd noticed a figure that was concealed in the distance. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. The manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin. Now, he understood that Ma Qin had surely come to some sort of agreement with the middle-aged man before him, and they'd colluded together to betray him. Ma Qin. Killing intent arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. "What? Could it be that you think the 4 of you and this gold fur mouse can go against us?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian now was as if he was looking at a weak little child, and he utterly didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. "You can try." Duan Lingtian grinned, and the smile on his face was filled with a trace of evil. The middle-aged man frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was composed as before, and he became vigilant. He and the two old men behind him started to look around. After noticing that no one was concealing themselves in the surroundings, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. You wouldn't be thinking that acting mysterious in front of me is of any use, right? Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. Elder Pong. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, one of the old men behind him flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a swiftly flashing cheetah as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy roiled on the old man's body. Moreover, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had even appeared in the sky above him, half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing the old man that approached menacingly, and he slowly spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. Xiongquan, I'll give you 2 breaths of time. Yes, young master. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiongquan replied and moved. His entire body instantly vanished on the spot. Swish! An exceedingly swift sword light flashed past, and the head of the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian fell, and dazzling fresh blood gushed out from half of his body like a fountain. Chapter 253. Right at the instant the old man that was slashed into 2 fell to the ground, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the other gray-clothed old man constricted and their faces flushed red, as if their necks were choked by someone, and they were completely unable to catch their breath. And right at the instant their eyes were about to split apart, they only saw an extremely swift figure arrive before them in the blink of an eye. Their heartbeats seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Whoosh! Xiongquan raised his hand, and an azure sword light flashed by, and traces of an unfathomable aura were coiled around it. Advanced sword force. 2 lines of blood shot out violently from where the sword light pointed. The middle-aged man and the gray-clothed old man maintained astonished expressions as their bodies trembled before crashing onto the ground without making a sound. Their pupils stared wide open, and they died with everlasting regret. Perhaps, even in their dreams, they'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man they looked down upon would have such a terrifying existence by his side. Void. Second level of the void-prying stage. Ma Qin, who was concealed in the distance, looked at the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, and his face instantly went pale. His body started shivering, and his eyes emitted panic and terror. He never imagined that 3 half-step void stage experts would all die in the blink of an eye. What he never imagined even more was that the violet-clothed young man actually had a void-prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void-prying stage expert. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with regret. He shouldn't have been greedy. Now, not only was the 10 million plus gold that he took to be in his bag gone, he'd even offended this violet-clothed young man that had a void-prying stage expert by his side. I hope he won't pursue the matter, although this possibility was extremely slim, but Ma Qin still couldn't help but have this thought arise within his heart. Ma Qin took a deep breath and had a perturbed expression as he lightly prepared to leave. However, whoosh! Ma Qin's face went completely pale when he saw the person that appeared before him and stopped him, and his voice slightly trembled. My lord. Xiongquan stared coldly and indifferently at Ma Qin and didn't pay any attention to him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked out in large strides to arrive before Ma Qin and looked calmly at Ma Qin. Manager Ma Qin, how have you been? Thump. When Ma Qin saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he had seen the devil. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. My lord, spare me. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have told them about my lord's whereabouts. My lord, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Humph. Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Ma Qin. He called out to the 2 girls and walked back in the direction of the Ma clan's auction house. Xiongquan, bring him along. Ma clan, I want them to give me an explanation today. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ma Qin's face to turn deathly pale. If this matter alarmed the clan, his fate could be imagined. The most important thing in an auction house was credibility. But now, for his own selfish desires, He acted on his own initiative and single-handedly destroyed the reputation of the Ma family auction house. In the Ma family auction house, all the guests had already left, leaving only a few Ma family members. Backstage of the auction house, 4 old men gathered together. Old man who, when you saw that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% today, you were surely scared silly, right? A robust old man in red clothes looked at Hu Jun and laughed heartily. Is there even a need to ask? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. However, that young man's luck isn't bad. He was actually able to obtain an origin-strengthening pill like that and earned 8 million gold. Another blue-clothed old man nodded, and an expression of envy appeared on his face. Unfortunately, we didn't collect the handling fee from that young man. That was 800,000 gold. The yellow-clothed old man sighed with a face full of regret. Humph. Short-sighted. Once that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold, the reputation of our Ma clan auction house would rise along with it. Are you still worried that we won't be able to earn back a mere 800,000 gold in the future? Hu Jun glanced at the yellow-clothed old man with disdain. Does your Ma clan auction house still have any reputation to speak of? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, causing the faces of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun, to go pale. Duan Lingtian walked into the backstage in large strides. It's you. Hu Jun recognized Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Old man who's he? The other 3 old men looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, as they were extremely dissatisfied with what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. He's the guest that auctioned off that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. Hu Jun took a deep breath as he spoke. Instantly, the 3 old men looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're asking me what I meant by what I said earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Jun and said indifferently, then I want to know even more what your Ma clan auction house means. Xiong Quan, bring him in. Xiong Quan walked in large strides, and in his hand was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was ghastly pale, and when he saw Hu Jun and the others, his gaze was slightly evasive, and traces of terror faintly appeared on his face. Manager Qin? Hu Jun frowned when he saw Ma Qin in Duan Lingtian's hand. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, aren't you going a bit too far? Let him go. The red-clothed old man had a fiery temper, and he glared fiercely as he took a step forward, wanting to seize Ma Qin from Xiong Quan's hand. Above him, 150 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was in existence at the half-step void stage. Xiong Quan's gaze went cold, and with a raise of his hand, the strength of over 2,000 ancient mammoths exploded out, and his origin energy condensed into a palm print that blasted onto the red-clothed old man, blasting him flying. Bang! The red-clothed old man's body transformed into an arrow that left the bowstring and fiercely collided with the wall. Instantly, the entire wall split into pieces, and numerous hideous cracks appeared on it. Pooh! The red-clothed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went ghastly pale as he looked at the over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Xiong Quan. Void prying stage. It wasn't only the red-clothed old man who was astonished. The expressions of the 3 old men, including Hu Jun, went ghastly pale as well. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 3 old men besides Hu Jun, and he sized them up before slowly nodding. When they heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, the 3 old men were angered to the point their faces went livid. However, when their gazes descended onto Xiong Quan, they suppressed the flames of rage in their hearts. Endure. They could only endure. Not to mention the 3 of them. Even the entire Ma clan would find it difficult to match an existence at the void-prying stage. Didn't you go a bit too far when you asked me earlier? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when facing the 3 silent old men, as Xiong Quan was sufficient to deter them. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto Hu Jun as he asked indifferently. Hu Jun's expression was unsightly, but he still took a deep breath and asked, Guest, I want to know why you did this? Why did I do this? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the killing intent on his body was awe-inspiring as he looked at Ma Qin, who was in Xiong Quan's hand. You can let him speak. Instantly, Hu Jun looked at Ma Qin. Manager Qin, what exactly is going on? Ma Qin's face was ghastly pale. What should he say? Could it be that he coveted the wealth in the possession of this violet-clothed young man, and joined forces with others to kill the violet-clothed young man and seize everything of the violet-clothed young man? Ma Qin. The other three old men were all existences at the half-step void stage, and they were supreme elders of the Ma clan. Presently, their gazes descended onto Ma Qin as well. Ma Qin took a deep breath, as he knew that he had to speak, and he hurriedly said, Supreme Elders, Lord Hu Jun, the matter is like this. In tonight's auction, the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was in room number 7, and he took a fancy to the gold fur mouse that this guest obtained. When the auction was about to end, he came looking for me and made a promise that so long as I told him the whereabouts of this guest, then after he killed this guest, he only wanted the infant gold fur mouse. All the wealth in this guest's possession would belong to me. When he spoke up to hear, Ma Qin's face revealed a bitter smile. Hu Jun and the other three old men's faces went ghastly pale when Ma Qin spoke halfway. When they heard Ma Qin finish speaking, the expressions of the four old men were exceedingly gloomy, and they glared angrily at Ma Qin. Ma Qin, as the manager of the Ma clan auction house, not only did you not lead by example, you even colluded with others to make a move against a guest. What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? Although Ma Qin didn't finish speaking of what happened after that, they were able to roughly guess that the Magnolia Trading Company's Xiaoguang was probably doomed. Ma Qin hung his head dejectedly, as if he'd lost all the strength in his body. He knew that even if the violet-clothed young man didn't kill him today, even if he was able to escape death, he wouldn't be able to escape the heavy punishment of the clan. His life could be considered to be completely ruined. Ruined by the word greed. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, he wouldn't dare arouse greed even if he was beaten to death. But unfortunately, all of this was only an extravagant wish, and there was no medicine for regret in this world. Do you understand now? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the four old men, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now, do all of you still think I'm going too far? The corners of the four old men's mouths curled into bitter smiles. Hu Jun took a deep breath. Guest, this matter is the fault of our Ma clan auction house. So long as Guest is willing to turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, we're willing to compensate you.
Yes.
The other three old men hurriedly nodded as well. It was fine if the young man was only an ordinary young man, but the young man just happened to have a formidable void-prying stage expert by his side. If they were to really infuriate the young man, then not to mention they would die without a doubt, even the Ma clan would be unable to escape calamity. Compensation? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter was extremely brilliant. If there's compensation, then everything is easy to discuss. However, I'll say this first. All of you can turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, but he must die. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Ma Qin. Chapter 254. Ma Qin, the main culprit. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan by his side, he and the two little girls by his side would have died without a doubt. So, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, regardless of how the Ma clan's compensation would be, Ma Qin must die. Almost at the instant Ma Qin opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a blue-colored afterimage flashed past, swift as the wind and like a ghost. Bang! The blue-clothed old man, one of the supreme elders of the Ma clan, struck out in rage and killed Ma Qin with a single palm strike. Even if you didn't say anything, our Ma clan wouldn't allow such a black sheep to continue living. The blue-clothed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Then, let's talk about the compensation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as his gaze swept past the four old men, causing them to feel aggrieved and helpless. After all was said and done, It was indeed their Ma Clan auction house that was in the wrong in this matter. Customer, please speak. Hu Jun took a deep breath. He'd already made the preparations to bleed heavily. 10 million gold. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly with a carefree expression, as if 10 million gold was nothing in his eyes. Hu Jun and the other 3 old men were dumbstruck. They'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before them would actually demand such an exorbitant price. Customer, isn't this 10 million gold too? Hu Jun was in a bit of a dilemma. 10 million taels of gold, even to the Ma clan, was not a small sum. Once they took out so much gold, the Ma clan would surely suffer a great loss. What? You think it's too much? Duan Lingtian glanced calmly at Hu Jun. Don't forget, today's matter was caused by your Ma clan. Send 10 million gold to the Cloud Traveler in tonight. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ignored the 4 old men whose faces were flushed red and directly left. This time, when they left the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group left from the main entrance. Now that it was late at night, the street in front of the Ma clan's auction house was quiet, and occasionally some pedestrians could be seen walking by. The Traveler's Inn was not far ahead. When Duan Lingtian came back from the restaurant, he saw this inn. The group of people moved in, and now, the main hall of the Ma family mansion was brightly lit. 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man stood together. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. That Ma Qin actually caused such a great calamity. He deserved to die. Ma Qin deserved to die. However, Patriarch, that purple-clothed young man's demand for 10 million taels of gold is too much. Are we really going to give it to him? The yellow-clothed old man's tone was low, and it seemed to be mixed with a bit of anger. Supreme Elder, if we don't give you the 10 million taels of gold, do you have a way to solve this problem? The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his expression was extremely unsightly. The yellow-clothed old man was speechless. Did he have a solution? No. He didn't think that he was able to endure the rage of the void-prying stage expert by the purple-clothed young man's side. I'll order someone to send the 10 million taels of gold over to him. However, our Ma clan's money isn't so easy to take. When I send the money over, I'll order someone to send Xiaoguang's corpse to the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Blackwind City. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a strand of a fierce light that contained traces of a scheme mixed within. Patriarch is wise. Instantly, the gazes of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun, abruptly shone. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company was one of the 7 great trading companies of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and there was no lack of void-prying stage martial artists within it. Xiaoguang was the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Blackwind City. Most importantly, Xiaoguang's father was the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and besides that, he was even a formidable void-prying stage expert. That night, Duan Lingtian obtained his wish and received the 10 million taels of gold sent over by the Ma clan, and it caused him to be unable to help but sigh with emotion. This money came too quickly. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian cultivated, as usual, 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python form. Presently, Duan Lingtian had still fallen into the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, and he was only half a step away from the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. I ought to be able to break through before arriving at the 7-star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian let nature take its course, and he cultivated until deep into the night before falling into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, after eating breakfast with the 2 little girls, Duan Lingtian's group set out. The 4 Fergana horses headed straight out of Blackwind City. Not long after Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left, another 2 Fergana horses chased after them from afar. After galloping his horse and leaving Blackwind City extremely far away, Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly went cold. When he'd just left the inn earlier, he'd noticed someone spying on them from the shadows. At the beginning, he didn't pay attention to it. Now, when he noticed someone was chasing after them from afar, his face sank. Duan Lingtian, the 2 little girls, and Xiong Quan greeted each other. Then the 4 of them swung the horsewhips in their hands to descend onto the bodies of the Fergana horses, causing the Fergana horses to speed up and gallop madly. Instantly, they pulled apart the distance between them and the two people behind them. The two people following behind them were two middle-aged men. Now, when they saw Duan Lingtian's group of four suddenly speed up and disappear before their eyes, a wisp of anxiousness appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly spurred their horses to gallop madly. However, they quickly noticed that after galloping for a period of time, the road ahead was open and level, and they couldn't see the figures of the people they were chasing anymore. Where are they? The two of them glanced at each other with bewildered expressions. As far as they were concerned, the horses they rode were all Fergana horses, and with the speed of those four people, it ought to be impossible for them to pull apart such a distance from them. Are all of you looking for us? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out from behind the two of them, causing their faces to go pale. When they turned their horses around, they saw that their four targets were slowly approaching them on horseback. Now, when they sensed the cold gaze of the middle-aged man among the four people sweeping over, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could sense how terrifying this middle-aged man was. Their bodies trembled slightly, and traces of a frightened luster appeared in their eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at the people who had come, his gaze calm. "Speak. Why are you following me?" Seeing that the two of them seemed to be hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. "If you don't speak, then you can stay here today." In an instant, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the two people's expressions changed, and they said in a panic, "Sir, I'll speak. I'll speak. We're from the Black Wind City branch of the Magnolia Guild, and it was our vice president who sent us to follow you." Magnolia Guild? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Only now did he recall that Ma Qin from the Ma clan auction house seemed to have mentioned this Magnolia Guild yesterday. That middle-aged man who coveted the jade-eyed heavenly mouse seemed to be from the Magnolia Guild. That middle-aged man and the two old men were both at the half-step void stage, and their status in the Magnolia Guild shouldn't be low. "Why did he send you to follow me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. "Sir, we don't know the exact reason. We're only following orders." The two of them shook their heads. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the two of them, and in the end, he noticed that these two people didn't seem to be lying. Thinking of the middle-aged man from last night, Duan Lingtian asked, "Do you know Xiaoguang?" "Xiaoguang?" The two of them hurriedly nodded when they heard this. "The president of our Magnolia Guild's branch in Black Wind City is Xiaoguang." "The president of the Magnolia Guild's branch in Black Wind City?" Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, as he never imagined that the middle-aged man from last night had such a great background. Looks like there ought to be a considerable amount of wealth within Xiaoguang's spatial ring that he conveniently took. Right at this moment, Xiong Quan looked at the two of them and asked, "What's the relationship between this Xiaoguang and your Magnolia Guild's vice president, Xiado?" When the two of them heard Xiong Quan, they said, "Xiaoguang is precisely Lord Xiaodo's only son." Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiong Quan frowned slightly when he heard what the two of them said. K off. "If you let me notice that you're following me again, then both of you will die without a doubt." Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze swept past the two of them, causing them to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and their faces revealed wild joy as they spurred their horses to leave, not daring to look back. "Xiong Quan, you know that Xiado?" Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with Xiong Quan, and he asked curiously, "Young master, that Xiado is the vice president of the Magnolia Guild's main branch. I've once had dealings with him. His strength is on par with me at my prime." Xiong Quan replied respectfully, "6th level of the void prying stage?" Duan Lingtian nodded. When he just met Xiong Quan all those years ago, he still remembered what Xiong Quan had said to him. Xiong Quan at his prime had a cultivation at the 6th level of the void prying stage. "Young master, the Magnolia Guild's people following you was probably done by the Ma clan. Should we?" Xiong Quan made a killed gesture. "A mere Ma clan is nothing. What's important now is to hurry on our journey. We have to arrive at the 7-star sword sect as soon as possible. If we're unable to make it in time for the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test 3 months from now, then we'll have to wait for another half a year." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Just as he'd said, he didn't take the Ma clan seriously at all. But if he returned now, even if he annihilated the Ma clan, it would only be a waste of time. As far as he was concerned, if he delayed entering the Seven-Star Sword sect because of the Ma clan, then the losses outweighed the gains.
Yes.
Xiong Quan nodded. To him, whatever the young master said was right. He was only a servant of the young master. The four of them continued on their journey. Squeak, squeak, unknowingly, the little gold mouse had awoken from her deep sleep, and when she noticed she was on the Fergana horse, she was extremely happy and jumped onto the head of the Fergana horse, then nodded to Kerr in a human-like manner and was extremely happy. Hiss, hiss, seeming to have been awakened by the little gold mouse, little black and little white. The two little pythons stuck their heads out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and looked at the little gold mouse with their gold and silver eyes that flickered with strands of bright lights. Squeak! Chapter 255. Duan Lingtian and the two little girls couldn't help but laugh when they saw the little gold mouse's actions. Swish! Swish! The eyes of the two little pythons went cold as they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed out and opened their mouths to bite the little gold mouse. Above their heads, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared respectively. Little black, little white, don't! Kerr cried out in shock. She wanted to stop them, yet it was already too late. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it raised its claws to slap towards the two little pythons. 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. The two little pythons were slapped down successively by the little gold mouse's claws. Although the little pythons weren't a match for the little gold mouse, they didn't dare kill the little gold mouse because they'd noticed the warning gaze Duan Lingtian shot at them. Hiss, hiss, the two little pythons felt pain. Yet they were unresigned as they stood in confrontation with the little gold mouse. Little black, little white, come back. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that these two little fellows would be so belligerent, as he hadn't even reacted earlier when they'd already fought with the little gold mouse. Swish! Swish! The two little pythons returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, but their eyes still stared fixedly at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and it shook its butt towards the two little pythons in provocation. That's enough. When he noticed that the restless emotions of the two little pythons seemed to have slightly lost control, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. The little gold mouse seemed to be slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian, and it lay down obediently. All right, you two little fellows, you'll surpass it sooner or later. Both of you are even younger than it by over a year, and 1 year later, both of you will surely be stronger than it is now. Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons were still unwilling to return into his sleeve, and he consoled them. Of course, he wasn't speaking without thinking. Based on his observation of the two little pythons in the past 3 years, their potential was absolutely not inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. When they grew up in the future, they might even be existences at the level of the demon emperor. The two little pythons were both mutated ferocious beasts. Even in Emperor Wu's memory, there was no record of the two little pythons. However, judging from their growth rate, they had long surpassed the growth rate of most demonic beasts. Hiss, hiss, hearing Duan Lingtian's comforting words, the two little boas obediently returned to Duan Lingtian's long sleeve. This made the two girls at the side smile helplessly. The two little pythons and the little gold mouse were simply like natural mortal enemies. That Xiaoguang really let me off easy this time. Duan Lingtian took out 3 storage rings. They were the storage rings of Xiaoguang and the 2 old men beside him. There wasn't much in the 2 old men's storage rings, but in Xiaoguang's storage ring, there was a huge amount of wealth. The origin-strengthening pill that he refined with a purity of 91% had once again returned to his hand, and there was also a light blade inscription inscribed on a ring. Never mind these. They weren't valuable to him. Most importantly, there was an entire 20 million plus gold within Xiaoguang's storage ring. Now, the total amount of gold and silver in Duan Lingtian's possession was already close to 50 million gold. After 2.5 months, Duan Lingtian's group finally arrived at a city near the 7-Star Sword sect. This city wasn't inferior to Black Wind City in size. Duan Lingtian knew the name of this city as he looked at the 3 words above the city gate. Black Bamboo City. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand why a city would have such a poetic name. Only when he entered the city and saw bamboo that was pitch black like ink rising from the ground all over the city did he come to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the origin of Black Bamboo City. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw some people wearing azure-colored clothes. These people were mostly young people. Their clothes had the same symbol embroidered on them. A sword, and 7 stars revolved around the sword. They're members of the 7-Star Sword sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and asked curiously. Li Fei and Kerr, who had veils covering their faces, looked at Xiong Quan as well, and their beautiful eyes contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Xiong Quan nodded. Yes, young master. These are the uniform of the 7-Star Sword sect. The 7 stars on the outer court disciples' uniform are copper-colored. The inner court disciples' uniform is silver-colored. The 7-Star Sword sect's elders are gold-colored. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. The 7-Star Sword sect's test is in half a month. Let's find a place to stay first. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian directly bought a courtyard house. Xiong Quan, you can't follow us to the 7-Star Sword sect. Stay here in the future. Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan, if I have anything I need you to do in the future, I'll come look for you. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan hurriedly nodded in a respectful and reverent manner. 10 days later, bang! Within Duan Lingtian's body, origin energy charged out and finally broke through the final bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage, naturally stepping into the 4th level of the origin core stage, slightly exerting strength. Above Duan Lingtian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 4th level origin core stage martial artist, it was an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Even compared to an ordinary 5th level origin core stage martial artist, it was an extra strength of an ancient mammoth. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I've finally broken through. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. He brought along the 2 little girls and called out to Xiong Quan before leaving the courtyard house and finding a restaurant to eat. The restaurant had an ancient fragrance and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little girls to find a seat by the window and sat down. Then he ordered some food. 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and with a glance, he noticed that amongst the 3 7-Star Sword sect disciples at the table next to them, one of them wore a symbol on his azure clothes, and the 7 stars that coiled around the symbol were all silver in color. This young man around the age of 25 was obviously a 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the strength of this 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Only around the age of 25, 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. As expected of an inner court disciple of one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword sect. After all, amongst the experts of the younger generation that he knew, the strongest person around this age was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior Marquis, Nie Fan. However, although Nie Fan's age was older than this 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple, his strength was much inferior. As for the other 2 young men, they were around the age of 22 or 23, and were 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples. Their strengths weren't weak, and were both at the 4th level of the origin core stage or above. Looks like even the current Little Fei's natural talent can only be considered to be ordinary after arriving at the 7-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Li Fei was 21 this year, and had just broken through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Of course, the reason Li Fei possessed her current cultivation was all because of the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined. Before long, the dishes were served, and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 started eating as well. Squeak, squeak, the 3 of them had only eaten for a while when the little gold mouse came out from under Kerr's sleeve. Its azure eyes flickered with a strange light as it stared at the pile of dishes on the table, and it gulped down a mouthful of saliva like a human. What? You want to eat as well? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little gold mouse's current appearance. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Come, roll over twice and I'll let you eat. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he spoke to the little gold mouse. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse raised its head with a haughty and disdainful appearance, and it ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face fell. This little gold mouse has really become intelligent. Duan Lingtian could practically confirm now that the little gold mouse was absolutely capable of completely understanding human language. Not only that, its intelligence wasn't inferior to a human. Scoundrel, don't bully little gold. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Then she picked up a piece of meat and placed it before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse picked up the piece of meat and started chewing with relish, and as it chewed, it looked at Kerr with anticipation. Kerr couldn't help but laugh. Then she picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them before the little gold mouse. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse nodded in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard exclamations of surprise coming from the table next door. Senior brother, is that a gold fur mouse? This was one of the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples at the table next door that spoke. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but turn around to look at Duan Lingtian's table when he heard this. The other outer court disciple looked over with a curious expression as well. Infant gold fur mouse? The eyes of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple shone, and a greedy flowing light flashed within, as if he'd seen some treasure. Although the greed in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple only flashed briefly, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. But he didn't mind, as an infant gold fur mouse was indeed an extremely great temptation to martial artists below the void-prying stage. So beautiful. Right at this moment, the eyes of one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples glowed when he saw the appearance of Kerr, who'd already removed her veil to eat. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple looked at Kerr when he heard this, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. Only the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple only glanced indifferently at Kerr before his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. His interest towards the little gold mouse was obviously greater than his interest towards Kerr. Duan Lingtian didn't continue looking at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples, and his gaze returned to the little gold mouse as he shook his head and laughed. This little gold is the same as little black and little white. They're all foodies. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in his long sleeve. Obviously, the two little fellows hidden within Duan Lingtian's sleeve were unhappy when they heard Duan Lingtian. All right, I won't talk about you too. Duan Lingtian shook the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve and coiled around his arm as he consoled them with a light voice. The two little pythons went silent when they heard this. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, because he noticed that the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had stood up and slowly walked towards their table. Chapter 256. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple around the age of 25 had an ordinary appearance, yet a trace of gloominess was faintly mixed within between his brows. How much is this infant gold fur mouse? I'll buy it. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and spoke indifferently. Kerr's beautiful brows frowned when she heard this, and she was slightly displeased. The little gold mouse seemed to have understood what the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple said, and it glared at him with its jade-green eyes as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him. But the little gold mouse's entire body was covered in fluffy fur, so even if it pretended to be fierce, it didn't have the slightest deterrent force. Green-eyed gold fur mouse? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes lit up, and the first thought that arose within his heart was, I've encountered a variant gold fur mouse. A gold fur mouse, when grown to its peak, possesses the strength of a half-step void stage martial artist. If it was a variant gold fur mouse, it was even possible for it to break through to the void stage and transform into a demon beast. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile when he saw the light of greed that arose within the eyes of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, and he said indifferently, "Leave. We're not selling. We're not selling." Duan Lingtian's words caused the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple to be stunned. Do you know who I am?" The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and intentionally puffed out his chest, completely revealing the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple mark on his chest. "Are you playing a monkey?" Duan Lingtian frowned and said slightly impatiently, "I know you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, but so what? Could it be that because you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, I must part with my treasure and sell this little gold mouse to you? Playing a monkey?" The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, "Kid, be careful of trouble arising from a loose tongue." When had he been humiliated like this? As far as he was concerned, this sentence was like a joke, and it was no different from humiliation. When he saw this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face change, Duan Lingtian glanced at him with a calm gaze before lowering his head and continuing to eat, and he didn't pay any further attention to him. When he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this, the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of him, and he sneered. "Truly a lowly wretch." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a stack of banknotes appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slapped it on the table and said in a deep voice, "Here are 100,000 taels of silver. I'll buy your baby gold fur mouse." 100,000 taels of silver? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he swallowed the food in his mouth. Then he glanced at this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. "I'll give you 1,000,000 silver. Get me another infant gold fur mouse. How about it?" Ku and Li Fei's eyebrows furrowed slightly as well, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. This seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had indeed gone too far. "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly hand over the infant gold fur mouse. You can't afford to offend our senior brother." Right at this moment, the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples stood behind the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, and they glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian as one of them threatened with a deep voice. "Exactly. Our senior brother is an outstanding inner court disciple of the seven-star sword sect, and he's an existence that will become a seven-star sword sect elder in the future. If you're sensible, then hand over the infant gold fur mouse to our senior brother. In this way, you might be able to form some good karma." The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple said to Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples. "According to what you two said, me handing over this infant gold fur mouse to your senior brother is my most sensible choice, the wisest choice?" "Of course." The two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke in unison. "Haha." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Then he raised his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse nodded to Duan Lingtian, then bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Then she turned around to glance at the three seven-star sword sect disciples. Duan Lingtian naturally discerned the meaning the little gold mouse expressed now. The little gold mouse was asking him now if she could make a move and kill these three detestable fellows. Duan Lingtian naturally believed the little gold mouse had the strength, but he shook his head instead. If the three seven-star sword sect disciples were really killed by the little gold mouse, then he'd really come here for nothing. At that time, it would absolutely be impossible for the seven-star sword sect to allow him to join. "Kid, at least you're sensible." A seven-star sword sect outer court disciple saw Duan Lingtian shaking his head and thought that Duan Lingtian was refusing the little gold mouse's request to stay, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of complacency. It wasn't only him, even the other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple and the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had the same thought. The face of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple revealed a smile of victory. He looked at Duan Lingtian and stretched out his hand. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then his cold gaze swept the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple as he said vigilantly, "What are you doing?" The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. Kid, you're playing with me? Playing with you? Duan Lingtian was stunned. When had he played with this fellow? Scoundrel, he thought you were persuading little gold to go with him earlier. Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian, as she'd seen everything that happened earlier. I say, is there something wrong with your head? Didn't I say earlier that I'm not selling? Quickly leave, we still have to eat. Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently, Kid you. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went gloomy, and the hand he stretched out fiercely exerted strength. Instantly, origin energy raged and was on the verge of erupting. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 8th level of the origin core stage. What? You want to forcefully seize it? A seven-star sword sect inner court disciple can be so overbearing? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his burning gaze stared at the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers in the restaurant descended onto the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. A seven-star sword sect inner court disciple is seizing something? It can't be. The seven-star sword sect has always had strict rules, and it strictly forbids disciples from bullying the weak. Didn't this little brother say that this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple wants to seize something from him? The crowd of customers discussed animatedly. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple noticed the gazes from the surroundings, and his face sank. The corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he raised his voice. Kid, you've already sold this infant goldfur mouse to me. Now it's you who went back on your word, and I'm only taking back what belongs to me. So that's how it is. I told you that a seven-star sword sect disciple ought to not bully the weak. A person must have integrity. Since you promised someone, then you must do as you say. This young man has gone too far. The customers present came to a sudden understanding, and for a moment, they stood on the side of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple as they denounced Duan Lingtian. Shameless. Li Fei and Kerr were angered to the point their faces flushed red when they heard the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. They never imagined that this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple would actually speak without thinking. Haha. Looks like not everyone in the enormous seven-star sword sect is able to abide by the sect rules. Duan Lingtian laughed. He laughed extremely brilliantly, and his gaze descended onto the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Kid, you don't have to quibble anymore. You've already agreed to sell this infant goldfur mouse to me. Hand it over now. I'll give you a chance otherwise. Don't blame me for being merciless. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple stared at Duan Lingtian, and dense killing intent flickered within the depths of his eyes. Young man, since you've already agreed, then hand it over to him. Yeah, as the saying goes, a man without integrity is worthless. Integrity is extremely important. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Young people nowadays really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The spectating customers spoke out one after another. Some were persuading Duan Lingtian, and some were teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded this group of opportunists. They didn't know anything yet were chattering without end. Did they really think that he was a selfless saint? Kid, it's difficult to offend public anger. You should obediently hand over this infant goldfur mouse. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency when he heard so many people denouncing Duan Lingtian for him. Exactly, quickly hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make you suffer the consequences. Kid, be sensible. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. The other two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples cooperated and spoke to Duan Lingtian with an arrogant appearance. Seven-star sword sect? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be some black sheep. Even the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the seven-star sword sect, was no exception. These three seven-star sword sect disciples had taken a fancy to the little gold mouse, so they stopped at nothing to turn black into white, and for the sake of achieving their goal, they would stop at nothing. What if I don't hand it over? Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples before him and spoke indifferently with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the 3 people before him seriously. Actually, he indeed didn't take them seriously. It was only 3 origin core stage existences. Kid, looks like you're intentionally playing tricks on me? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank, and he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The origin energy on his hand raged and became restless. Everything he said now was obviously to pave the way for his ruthless attack in the next moment. In this way, he would be in the right, and no one would say that a 7-star sword sect disciple was taking advantage of his position to bully others. And the facts were precisely so. As expected, a wave of sighs of emotion sounded out within the restaurant when they heard the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Young people nowadays are too impulsive, not to mention not keeping his word. He's still so eloquent and arrogant. Today, even if he's killed by this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, he can only blame himself. Exactly, even if he dies, he would have died for nothing. After all, he's in the wrong. Numerous voices continued to build momentum for the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. All of you. How can all of you be like this? The young master utterly didn't agree to sell little gold to him. Chapter 257. Kerr, there's no need for you to explain to them. They're only a group of opportunists. Li Fei extended her hand that was white like jade and lightly patted the back of Kerr's hand as she consoled. Li Fei's words naturally aroused the rage of the crowd. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Exactly, on what basis do you say we're opportunists? Could it be that you mean this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is intentionally wronging all of you? Is there any need for a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to wrongly accuse all of you? The crowd of customers all glared angrily at Li Fei. When had Li Fei ever seen a scene like this? For a moment, she was angered to the point her face flushed red, and she clenched her fist tightly as her delicate figure lightly trembled. Slap! Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out, and the clamorous sounds within the restaurant instantly stopped abruptly. It was Duan Lingtian who slapped his palm onto the table. Shut up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he would at most laugh it off when these people spoke ill of him. But these people actually dared to speak ill of Li Fei, speak ill of his woman. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers within the restaurant descended onto Duan Lingtian, and most of them had sneers on their faces as they waited for Duan Lingtian to be taught a lesson by the 7-star sword sect disciple. What? Kid, you've become angry from embarrassment? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had a ridiculing smile on his face, as he never imagined that the development of the situation before him would actually completely lean towards him. He knew that it was time. Now, even if he made a move, no one would feel that he was relying on the might of the 7-star sword sect to bully others. Duan Lingtian looked at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple with a piercingly cold light in his eyes. Now, he already didn't have the patience to continue playing with this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Xiong Quan, throw the 3 of them out. The 3 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't refrain from laughing when they heard Duan Lingtian. Even most of the customers in the restaurant couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the shocking strength of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Even if there was someone whose strength surpassed a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, the person wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, doing so would directly offend the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect, a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. How could anyone dare to provoke him? However, their smiles quickly froze, because they saw it. Yes, young master, Xiong Quan responded. His figure flashed out as if he had turned into a gust of wind. At the instant that the smiles on the faces of the 3 7-star sword sect members froze, Xiong Quan moved out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing each of them with a single grab before directly throwing them out of the restaurant. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the restaurant, 3 loud sounds rang out, followed by 3 miserable cries. Inside the restaurant, there was dead silence. All the drinkers were stunned. They weren't stunned because of the nascent soul stage strength that Xiong Quan revealed, but were instead stunned because Xiong Quan dared to touch a 7-star sword sect disciple. The 7-star sword sect was famous for being protective, as far as they were concerned. Since this middle-aged man dared to touch a 7-star sword sect disciple, he would surely suffer great misfortune. How would they know that those 3 7-star sword sect disciples utterly didn't dare tell the sect elders about what happened today? Their right was only an illusion. The 7-star sword sect elders weren't easy to deal with, and they weren't so easy to trick. 100,000 silver to buy an infant goldfur mouse? This was already relying on force to bully others. So, the 3 7-star sword sect disciples fiercely glared at Duanling Tian, who was within the restaurant before leaving dejectedly. Senior brother, could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had an unwilling expression. If we don't let it go like this, what else can you do? I never imagined that he actually had a nascent soul martial artist by his side. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. He originally thought that the infant goldfur mouse would be easily obtained, but he never imagined that such an unforeseen event would occur. Senior brother, your 100,000 silver seems to still be on their table. Should we go back and get it? The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had a flash of inspiration as he recalled this matter. Why don't you go get it? At that time, I'll give you half. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple glared at the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple. This caused the latter to have a bitter smile and not dare make another sound. Damn it! If it wasn't for that nascent soul martial artist being present, I would surely kill that violet-clothed young man. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had a gloomy expression as he spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, our 7-star sword sect outer court disciple test is in another 5 days. Do you think they came for this as well? From their accent, they don't seem to be from the surroundings of Black Bamboo City. Suddenly, the eyes of a 7-star sword sect outer court disciple flickered as he guessed. Right, senior brother, there's really such a possibility. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' gaze lit up as well. Now that all of you mention it, there really is such a possibility. If he's really here to join our 7-star sword sect, then he's walking right into a trap, and I'll surely kill him. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes went cold, and his icy cold voice seemed to have come from an icy cave with piercingly cold winds, and it contained frightening, killing intent mixed within. If he enters the 7-star sword sect, then that nascent soul martial artist by his side won't be able to protect him. The 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples started laughing as well. Within the restaurant, after Xiong Quan revealed his strength at the nascent soul stage, the crowd of customers instantly shut their mouths and went silent, as they were deeply afraid of offending the violet-clothed young man. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if they dared to speak out of turn, then with the violet-clothed young man's temper, he would surely not hesitate to make the nascent soul martial artist by his side attack them. The violet-clothed young man was afraid of the identities of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples and didn't dare kill them. But he wouldn't fear them. All right, little Fei, don't be angry. Duanling Tian looked at Li Fei. Then his gaze went cold as it swept past the crowd of customers present. How about this? So long as you say the word, I'll immediately ask Xiong Quan to throw all of them out. Duanling Tian spoke casually, but in the ears of the crowd of customers, it was instead like a thunderclap. When they raised their heads to look over, they saw the middle-aged man that attacked earlier looking at them with a burning gaze. Instantly, all the customers went into an uproar, and they directly put down the money for their food and wine before leaving the restaurant as if they were fleeing. In the next moment, only their table remained within the restaurant, as well as the dumbstruck manager and attendant. Li Fei finally couldn't refrain from laughing out loud when she saw this scene. Her laughter was charming and moving, and it captivated one's heart and soul. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be dumbstruck, and wished for nothing more than to push Li Fei down right now and take to his heart's content. Scoundrel, what are you looking at? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duanling Tian, and her tone was slightly bashful. What an alluring little vixen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his lower abdomen heat up, and he forcefully restrained the impulse to take a deep breath. Big Sister Fei, young master has been charmed by you. Kerr spoke to Li Fei with a light smile as she stroked the little gold mouse. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red as if blood was about to drip out when she heard this, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand to scratch Kerr. Little Sister Kerr, what are you saying? Ah, so itchy. Big Sister Fei, spare me. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Kerr hurriedly begged for mercy. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse seemed to have become a spectator when she saw this scene, and she looked excitedly at Li Fei and Kerr playing around, and her pair of jade-green eyes spun as they flickered with a strange sheen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his mood became much better. 7-star sword sect? Once I, Kerr, and little Fei enter it, we'll be unable to avoid encountering those 3 people from before. I hope they're sensible and don't look for trouble with us. Otherwise, humph. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, a trace of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Imperial City. You. What did you say? You said my son is dead? In a spacious courtyard house, an aged old man stared at the middle-aged man before him, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. Yes. The middle-aged man's body shivered. The old man that stood before him now was an existence that commanded great influence in the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the vice president of the enormous Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiado, an existence at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Under Xiaodo's rage, a terrifying pressure enveloped his body, causing his breathing to become slightly irregular. Guang! Xiaodo cried out with sorrow, and his muddy eyes instantly emitted bright lights that flickered with scarlet-red killing intent. The middle-aged man's face went grim when he felt the pressure that stretched out from Xiaodo's body grow stronger and stronger, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. He believed that if this continued, it probably wouldn't be long before he would collapse on the ground. Finally, the raging aura that stretched out from Xiaodo's body vanished, and the terrifying pressure dispersed along with it, allowing the middle-aged man to catch his breath and heave a sigh of relief. Speak. What exactly happened? Who killed my son? Xiaodo looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with dense cold lights that were about to swallow the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gasped. At this moment, he even had the misconception that the person standing before him wasn't a person, but a venomous snake, a terrifying venomous snake that was capable of instantly killing a person. Lord Xiaodo, the person that did it was in existence at the void-prying stage. The middle-aged man caught his breath and slowly said, "This matter started from the auction held in the Ma Clan auction house 3 months ago." Subsequently, the middle-aged man spoke of everything he knew from the Ma Clan of Black Wind City. A violet-clothed young man took out an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? Xiaodo's face sank, as even he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. A medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. In the past, it was practically impossible for it to exist in his eyes. Now, he couldn't help but become slightly fearful. That person was able to take out an origin-strengthening pill like this. Did it mean that there was a formidable alchemist behind that person? Perhaps he saw through Xiaodo's fear, and the middle-aged man added, "Lord Xiaodo, according to the Ma clan, that origin-strengthening pill was obtained by accident by that young man. He isn't related to the alchemist that refined that origin-strengthening pill." Chapter 258. There were 7 perfectly straight peaks in the 7-star sword sect. The 7 peaks rose from the ground like 7 sharp swords that charged into the clouds. These 7 peaks were also called the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 great sword peaks were also named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. They were respectively Dubhe Peak, Merak Peak, Fekta Peak, Migres Peak, Alioth Peak, Mizar Peak, and Alcade Peak. Amongst them, Dubhe Peak was the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, and it was also the tallest sword peak with a grand aura. The other 6 sword peaks were instead distributed around Dubhe Peak, like a host of stars surrounding the moon, They surrounded Dubhe Peak at the center. Only within this mountain, deep within the clouds. Duan Lingtian listened to Xiong Quan's introduction, and his heart was filled with shock as he gazed from afar at the 7 sword peaks that were coiled by clouds and mist. This is the 7-star sword sect? Young master, there seems to be something connected to Dubhe Peak on the surrounding 6 sword peaks. Kerr's sharp eyes noticed the scene of the clouds and mist dispersing. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, he could see that there were indeed things similar to black ropes on the surrounding 6 mountain peaks, and they were connected to Dubhe Peak. Young master, supposedly, among the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, only the main peak, Dubhe Peak, has a path to ascend the mountain. The other 6 sword peaks don't have a path to ascend the mountain, unless it's in existence at the void-prying stage. Otherwise, practically no one is able to ascend the mountain. Xiong Quan spoke of everything he knew. So, if one wants to ascend the other 6 sword peaks, one must pass through the main peak's entrance, then step onto the main peak's chain bridge and enter. Chain bridge? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, the 7-star sword sect only has a single path to ascend the mountain, which is the path to Dubhe Peak. A sect like this has a shocking defense. There was only one path, and it was completely possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000. Coupled with the 7-star sword sect's resources and reserves, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family personally came, they might not be able to gain any benefits. Soon, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the foot of one of the sword peaks. The part of the sword peak that had sunk into the ground was extremely steep, and one couldn't see the end of it. Even a half-step void stage martial artist would probably be unable to ascend such a precipitous cliff. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that it wasn't just him and the 2 little girls by his side that were sighing with emotion. Presently, many young men and young women had converged over from all over, and they were pointing at Sword Peak while exclaiming with admiration. Duan Lingtian understood that these people ought to have come to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test as well. The closer they got to the main peak, the more people they could see. The young men and women that converged from all over had a senior by their side, and in the end, they converged at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, outside the only entrance to the 7-star sword sect. The entrance to the 7-star sword sect was a few tens of meters tall, and 4 large words were carved on it in a flamboyant style. 7-star sword sect. This, with just a glance, Duan Lingtian was attracted by these 4 large words. Although he didn't have much knowledge in calligraphy, he was able to discern that these 4 large words were carved by a sword cultivator expert smoothly swinging his sword, and it was completely natural, and not the slightest flaw could be found. This entrance seems to have some history. Li Fei spoke in a light voice, and her tone contained traces of shock mixed within. Obviously, she was shocked by those 4 large words as well. Supposedly, this entrance already existed when the 7-star sword sect was established. These 4 words, 7-star sword sect, were carved by the founding ancestor of the 7-star sword sect. As Xiong Quan spoke up to hear, he had an expression of reverence. According to rumor, the founding ancestor of the 7-star sword sect was already a void interpretation expert when he established the 7-star sword sect all those years ago. Void interpretation expert. In other words, an expert that had stepped into the void interpretation stage. Void interpretation stage expert? Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There's a void interpretation stage expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Xiong Quan shook his head. That was a matter of a few thousand years ago. According to my knowledge, a void interpretation stage expert hasn't appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long time now. Even if it's a void initiation stage expert, there's probably not more than 50 in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he spoke up to hear, Xiong Quan sighed slightly. At that time, if our Boundless sect had a void initiation stage expert, we wouldn't have been annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian knew a little about the Boundless sect from Xiong Quan. The Boundless sect could only be considered a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was filled with sections. The sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that could be called a top sect usually had 5 or more Void Initiation Stage experts within the sect, and there was no lack of existences at the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above amongst them. Below the top sects were the first-rate sects, and there were usually 1 or 2 Void Initiation Stage experts within the sect, and the strongest was usually at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation Stage. Below them were the second-rate sects that didn't have any Void Initiation Stage experts, and the difference between them and third-rate sects was the quantity and quality of Void Prying Stage experts. The sects below the third-rate sects were some unrated sections. These unrated sects usually only had 1 or 2 Void Prying Stage martial artists, and in terms of strength, they were on par with the imperial families of the various kingdoms under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless sect that day was a first-rate sect. Your Boundless sect's young sect leader left behind a voice transmission jade slip and asked me to pass it to the secluded old man, Shang Guanyin, of the Solitary Peak. Could it be that Shang Guanyin isn't a Void Initiation Stage expert? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and asked. Xiong Quan said slowly, Young master, the old man you spoke of is the ancestor of our Boundless sect. He was in existence at the 9th level of the Void Prying Stage over 10 years ago, and later on, he saw through the world of mortals and decided to live in seclusion. As for whether he has broken through to the Void Initiation Stage now, I don't know. As he finished speaking, Xiong Quan had a sigh and didn't hold any hope. In terms of difficulty, a 9th level Void Prying Stage martial artist wanting to break through to the Void Initiation Stage far surpassed a half-step Void Stage martial artist breaking through to the Void Prying Stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, How far is the Solitary Peak from here? Xiong Quan slightly pondered. If we travel by Fergana horses, it ought to take 5 months of time to arrive near the Solitary Peak. So far, Duan Lingtian frowned. He was originally thinking that if the Solitary Peak wasn't far away, then he would ask Xiong Quan to pass the voice transmission jade slip to Shang Guanyin of the Solitary Peak, and it could be considered as fulfilling the wish of the Boundless sect's young sect leader. Now it would seem that there was temporarily no need for this. If Xiong Quan were to leave, then a round trip would take 10 months, too long. I'll go to the Solitary Peak to look for Shang Guanyin when I have the chance in the future, Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. He didn't want Xiong Quan to leave for so long. If he had an urgent matter to look for Xiong Quan during this period of time, then wouldn't he be delayed? Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if Shang Guanyin knew of this matter, he might not be able to do anything to the Black Fiend sect. According to Xiong Quan, there were 2 Void Initiation Stage experts in the Black Fiend sect. One of them was even a 2nd-level Void Initiation Stage expert. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at the surroundings, and he noticed that more and more people were converging over. These people were all a group of young men and women, and the oldest looked to be not more than 25 years old. This was the standard of the 7-star sword sect when recruiting outer court disciples. Under the age of 25, practically every young man and woman had a senior following by their side. Some of the seniors that followed by the sides of these young men and women were even existences at the Void Prying Stage. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. 3 people finally walked down from behind the 7-star sword sect's entrance. Amongst the 3 people, there was an old man in the lead. The old man had a thin figure, a firm expression, and a trace of exuberant vitality was mixed between his brows. His spirit had reached its peak, and in some aspects, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the young man. 7-star sword sect elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the symbol on the old man's chest. The 7 stars surrounding the sword-shaped symbol were all gold in color. It was precisely the symbol of a 7-star sword sect elder. Behind the old man were 2 young men around the age of 30, and they were 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. Participants of the test below the age of 25, stand over here now. The old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained exceedingly dense origin energy, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. Xiong Quan, you go back. If there's anything, I'll go look for you in Black Bamboo City. Duan Lingtian nodded to Xiong Quan, then after instructing him, he brought along the two little girls and slowly walked over. For a moment, a group of young men and women gathered together. There were also many young men who saw Li Fei and Kerr, and they were slightly stunned. They were shocked by their peerless appearances and only recovered from their shock after a short moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood between Li Fei and Kerr, and their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. So many people. Kerr sized up the surroundings for a moment and was slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian nodded. The young men and women gathered together now were at least over 1,000 people. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Now, those below the age of 20 who haven't stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage, leave. Instantly, a portion of the people left the crowd dejectedly. Those above the age of 20 and below the age of 22, who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man continued. This time, even more people left. Those below the age of 22 who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage want to leave? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, the number of people that were able to step into the 1st level of the origin core stage below the age of 22 could be counted on one hand. The 7-Star Sword Sect was worthy of being a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The test hadn't even begun, and it was only the first round of selection, but it was already so strict. Those above the age of 22 and below the age of 23 who haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice continued to sound out. This time, the faces of many young men and women went grim. Although they were slightly disgruntled, they still left obediently. Those above the age of 23 and below the age of 25 who haven't stepped into the 3rd level of the origin core stage, leave. Chapter 259. Now, after the first round of screening, the group of young men and women that remained numbered close to 200 people. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. The quality of the genius martial artists of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was really not something that the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Such harsh requirements, yet there were still so many people left in the end. The remaining people, follow me. The old man ordered. Then he led the two 7-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples to open the path in front, and Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind as they majestically ascended Dubhe Peak. Dubhe Peak, the main peak of the 7-Star Sword Sect. On the way, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he slowly said, "I'm the elder in charge of the outer court disciple test this time. All of you can call me Test Elder. Now that all of you are able to ascend Dubhe Peak, it also represents that all of you are a step closer to becoming an outer court disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect. However, whether you're able to become an outer court disciple or not still depends on your own ability." The old man continued, "Even if you become an outer court disciple, don't think of slacking off. The 7-Star Sword Sect has a rule that those who are unable to pass the inner court test and become inner court disciples before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-Star Sword Sect." The old man's words caused many people to be greatly shocked. Unable to become an inner court disciple before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-Star Sword Sect? I heard that if one wants to become an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect, one must at least have a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I also heard that even if one has a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, one might not be able to pass the inner court test. Only by participating in the inner court test at the 8th level of the origin core stage would one have a 90% chance of passing. Many young men and women whispered in discussion. Although their natural talent wasn't bad, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, or even the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30 wasn't an easy matter. For a time, many people felt pressure. Duan Lingtian followed within the crowd and only lightly smiled when he heard the whispers of the surrounding people. Scoundrel, breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30. Do I have a chance? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly perturbed. So long as you're obedient, I guarantee you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 25. How about it? Duan Lingtian placed his mouth next to Li Fei's ear and gently blew. His voice was mixed with some restlessness. Big bad guy. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Her pretty face blushed, and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Seeing how close Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were, many young men looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy, as if they could see right through Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian simply ignored these gazes. Nearly 200 people followed behind the old man and arrived at the mountainside of Tianshu Peak. There was a vast stone platform here, and there were already quite a few people around it. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were 6 groups of people standing there. 5 groups of people were led by an aged old man, and behind these old men were 3 or 4 young men. These old men were all elders of the 7-Star Sword sect, and as for the young men that followed behind them, they were all outer court disciples without exception. The other group of people were all women. Although the attire of the 7-Star Sword sect's female disciples was azure clothes as well, it was different from the male disciples. It lacked a bit of firmness and had a bit more delicateness, causing others to feel comfortable and not ugly. In the lead of this group of women was a beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance, and she was natural and unrestrained. She was also an elder of the 7-Star Sword sect. Behind the beautiful woman followed 3 young women, and they were all outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect as well. Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind Test Elder and stepped onto the stone platform. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had already brought along the 3 young women to greet them. As for the other 5 old men, they instead brought along the people behind them and waited on the spot. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart, but in next to no time, he found out the answer. Test Elder's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. Then he slowly said, "The women amongst you are exempted from the outer court disciple test and directly become outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, all of you follow Alcade Peak's elder Bai to head to Alcade Peak and become disciples of Alcade Peak." Test Elder's words caused all the young men and women that followed up to ascend Dubhe Peak to be stunned. All the young women revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Exempted from the test? Directly become outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect? All the young men were dumbstruck. This works? Now, absurd thoughts arose within the hearts of some of the young men, and they wished for nothing more than to be a woman. Female disciples, follow me. The beautiful woman that came up to greet them, the Alcade Peak's elder Bai, spoke out with a calm voice that didn't carry any emotion. Go on. Duan Lingtian smiled to the 2 little girls by his side. When he saw the 2 girls seeming to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian said, I'll go look for you too once I become an outer court disciple as well. The 2 girls nodded obediently when they heard this, then walked out with the group of young women. Li Fei and Kerr seemed to stand out like cranes amongst a flock of chickens within the group of young women. All along the way earlier, because there were too many people didn't see their true appearances. Now that they walked out with the 30-plus young women, they instantly drew the gazes of everyone present. So beautiful. The eyes of many young men shone, and they were subdued by the peerless appearances of Li Fei and Kerr. Even the beautiful woman, Elder Bai, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she looked at Li Fei and Kerr, and her eyes contained slight surprise mixed within. It wasn't that she'd never seen a young woman with such an outstanding appearance. However, with such outstanding looks and astonishing talent, this was the most difficult thing to come by. How many beautiful young women with ordinary natural talent could at most be reduced to a flower vase? In next to no time, the beautiful woman bid her farewells to Test Elder, then brought along the group of young women and directly left, obviously returning to Alcade Peak. I heard long ago that the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak is filled with female disciples. I never imagined that it's true. A young man that stood nearby Duan Lingtian exclaimed with admiration. Of course. Supposedly, the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court female disciples usually cultivate on Alcade Peak. You can see some female disciples on Dubhe Peak, but these female disciples are all inner court disciples and aren't young. As a young man finished speaking, he had a strange expression. I really envy them. They're able to skip the test and directly become outer court disciples. Many people had envious expressions. Actually, it's understandable. They're women after all, and it's already extremely rare for women to be able to satisfy the test elders' selection criteria. Directly becoming outer court disciples is within reason. Another person said, the words of the latter obtained the unanimous agreement of most people. Women were innately weaker than men. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always descended onto Li Fei and Kerr, and he only withdrew his gaze when they followed Alcade Peak's elder by to a higher point on Dubhe Peak and vanished before his eyes. Meanwhile, including Duan Lingtian, the remaining 150-plus young men followed Test Elder to arrive at the center of the high platform. Test Elder suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. The group of people stopped moving when they saw this. Amongst all of you, only 100 people can remain in the end. In other words, 53 people will be eliminated. Test Elder's burning gaze flashed past the group of young men, causing many young men that were already perturbed to go pale. Now, there were exactly 153 people amongst them. In other words, more than a third of the people would be eliminated. I wonder what test it will be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He was slightly curious and slightly expectant. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in passing the test, so he wasn't worried. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. He realized that a powerful aura was emitted from the elder's body, suppressing the figures of the group of people including him. This formidable aura was the aura of a void-prying stage expert. Moreover, it wasn't the aura of an ordinary void-prying stage expert. This test elder is actually in existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. As for test elder's aura, it didn't cause too much of an effect on him. After all, his spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. Not to mention this, the tenacity of his will wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. He was a person that had experienced 2 lifetimes. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that the other young men were caught off guard, and instantly, over 10 of them collapsed onto the ground. These young men that collapsed onto the ground were unable to stand up any longer, and their bodies shivered as they lay on the ground. To them, the aura of a 7th-level void-prying stage expert was too formidable. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people had collapsed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky, and it was the remaining group of young men that reacted to the situation and circulated their strength to resist Test Elder's aura. For a time, the sky was covered in dense ancient mammoth silhouettes, and it was utterly impossible to distinguish which ancient mammoth silhouettes belonged to which person. Bang! Before long, another young man collapsed and foamed at the mouth. Time silently flowed by. Now, only 127 young men were left standing. Now, practically everyone present was able to realize that this sudden aura of a void-prying stage expert was the outer court disciple test they were about to face. The first 10-plus people that collapsed onto the ground lay on the ground with bitter and helpless expressions. They knew that they were bound to have no fate with the 7-star sword sect. Only a portion of the 127 people that were standing were steady like Mount Tai. The bodies of most people were shivering and would collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth and persisted, because they all knew that so long as another 27 people collapsed, so long as they didn't collapse, they would pass the test. So boring. Chapter 260. There just happened to be a young man standing behind Duan Lingtian. He was originally clenching his teeth and stubbornly holding on, but now, when he saw the carefree Duan Lingtian before him, and when he saw Duan Lingtian stretching before him, he couldn't endure it any longer and lost control of his mind, causing his body to tremble before crashing onto the ground. The commotion that came from behind him caused Duan Lingtian to jump in fright, and he turned around to look. The young man that was limp on the ground had a bitter expression on his face, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian turning around, he almost fainted. Oh my God! What did he see? The young man that stood before him was actually a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. He suddenly felt that he'd been living like a dog all these years. Friend, are you all right? Duan Lingtian noticed that the young man that was on the ground was staring at him, and he couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. The young man opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end, he wasn't able to say anything. Test Elder's imposing aura enveloped him, causing him to be unable to speak. There was only one thought left in his heart. Freak. This violet-clothed young man was simply a freak. Bang, 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 bang. Half an hour later, the young men collapsed to the ground one after another. Gradually, only 100 young men were left standing. Meanwhile, Test Elder's imposing aura was restrained. Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and noticed that amongst the young men that were standing, there were a few people that were similar in age to him, and the cultivations of these people hadn't broken through to the origin core stage. They were able to persist, and it was obvious that their willpower was shocking. A test like this is interesting. It's sufficiently direct and straightforward, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Along with Test Elder withdrawing his imposing aura, everyone instantly felt the pressure on them reduce greatly, and the people that were standing had brilliant smiles on their faces. The 53 people that had collapsed onto the ground had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. You too, bring them down the mountain. Test Elder instructed the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples behind him.
Yes.
When the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples heard this, they brought the 53 people that stood up with difficulty and left. These 53 people could be considered to have made a wasted trip up the mountain. Congratulations! All of you have become outer court disciples of our 7-star sword sect. Test Elder's gaze flashed past the 100 young men including Duan Lingtian, and he slowly said, "Now, I'll roughly introduce our 7-star sword sect to all of you. Our 7-star sword sect is divided into 7 great sword peaks, and amongst them, the Dubhe Peak is the main peak. The cultivation grounds on the main peak belong to the 7-star sword sect's higher-ups and inner court disciples. Outer court disciples cultivate on the other 6 peaks. Among the 6 peaks of the outer court, Alcade Peak is the cultivation grounds of the outer court female disciples, and the other 5 peaks are the cultivation grounds of the outer court male disciples." At this point, the invigilating elder continued, "Now, the elders of the other 5 peaks and the outer court disciples they brought with them will each pick 20 of you. In the future, you'll be the outer court disciple of the peak that picked your elders. As for the other details, the elders of each peak will explain them to you in detail." Alcade Peak, the cultivation grounds of the outer court female disciples? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That seemed to be no different than a country of women. Meanwhile, under Test Elder's call, the elders of the other 5 peaks brought along the disciples behind them and walked over in large strides. When these people approached, Duan Lingtian noticed a familiar figure, and Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would encounter this person here. Behind the old man with a goatee was one of the 3 outer court disciples, and one of them could be considered to be Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples he met in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City 5 days ago. It was one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Due to the distance earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't notice this person. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had seen him as well. Not only that, this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple seemed to not be surprised when he saw him, as if he'd known of his existence since long ago. Perhaps, when Kerr and Little Fei left with Alcade Hall's elder by, he'd already guessed that I'd be here as well, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the 5 old men, who were the elders of the other 5 peaks, brought along the outer court disciples behind them and walked over. Duan Lingtian saw that the outer court disciple that was his enemy directly charged towards him, and when he saw him, the corners of his mouth curled into a victorious smile as he threw a small and exquisite command token to Duan Lingtian. "From now on, you're an outer court disciple of our Migres Peak." Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he caught the command token, and when he looked carefully, he noticed that this was the command token of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak disciple. A mischievous smile appeared on the face of this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before leaning forward to approach him and saying in a low voice, "Kid, I never imagined that I'd be able to encounter you here. It's really a small world. I'm extremely curious, here, without that nascent soul martial artist to rely on. Would you kneel down and beg for mercy before me? Kneel down and beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this outer court disciple. Instantly, the smile on his face vanished as he glanced at the outer court disciple with an expressionless face, and he slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Idiot! You! This 7-star sword sect outer court disciple never imagined that Duan Lingtian still dared to be arrogant before him, and his face instantly sank as he gnashed his teeth and said, Kid, you'll regret it. Duan Lingtian yawned, then didn't pay any further attention to this outer court disciple, and walked towards the old man with a goatee, the Migres Peak's elder. Meanwhile, the Migres Peak side had finished selecting the 20 people. I'm called Lu Qiu, the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak's outer court elder. All of you can call me Elder Lu in the future. The old man with a goatee said to the 20 new 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu. Instantly, many people took the initiative to greet him, with the intention of getting acquainted with him. All of you have just entered the sect and don't know many things. I'll bring all of you back to Migres Peak now. On the way, I and your 3 senior brothers will explain to all of you the things to pay attention to in the 7-star sword sect. As soon as Lu Qiu finished speaking, he brought Duan Lingtian's group to continue ascending Dubhe Peak. On the way, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out. Since all of you have entered the 7-star sword sect, then you must abide by the rules of the 7-star sword sect. 7-star sword sect disciples are not allowed to bully the weak, and are not allowed to bully the kind and fear the evil. This is the objective of the 7-star sword sect, since it was established for a few thousand years. Besides that, unless the sect disciples have ascended the life and death arena, they are not allowed to compete and kill each other within the 7-star sword sect. Those that violate this will be severely punished according to the sect's rules. As Lu Qiu finished speaking, his tone had a sense of coldness that caused one's hair to stand on end. Elder Lu, what's the life and death arena? Instantly, an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect couldn't refrain himself from asking. Lu Qiu looked at the nearby outer court disciple. Hua Xian explained.
Yes.
The person that was called out by Lu Qiu was none other than the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was enemies with Duan Lingtian on a narrow road. But before Lu Qiu, Hua Xian was instead reverent and respectful, and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Hua Xian's gaze descended onto the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, it seemed to contain a strand of cold light. Of course, this cold light flashed and vanished, and only Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was able to notice it. Hua Xian? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he was disdainful towards the cold light that flashed within Hua Xian's eyes. In his eyes, this Hua Xian was only a clown. The life and death arena is an extremely special existence in our 7-star sword sect. Each of the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect has a life and death arena. This life and death arena is a place for those disciples that have irreconcilable enmity with each other to vent. Once one ascends the life and death arena, it's equivalent to using one's life as a wager. Ascending the life and death arena also means that one won't rest until one dies. The life and death arena is also the only place in our 7-star sword sect where one doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. Hua Xian spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of provocation within it. It was as if he was asking Duan Lingtian, "Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me?" In next to no time, Hua Xian noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't look him in the eye from the beginning until the end, and this caused his expression to become even gloomier. When had he been disregarded like this? Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect. "Kid, I'll kill you sooner or later." Dense killing intent arose within Hua Xian's heart. Presently, He no longer purely wanted to get back the face he lost in the restaurant 5 days ago. In his heart, he'd already completely hated this violet-clothed young man, along with Hua Xian's voice sounding out. Besides Duan Lingtian, who had a composed expression, the expressions of the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect more or less went slightly pale, and there were even some people that were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. Life and death arena won't rest until one dies. One doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. This life and death arena was really a good place. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the existence of the life and death arena could only restrict the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples from killing each other to a certain extent. So long as one wasn't noticed, one could similarly carry out slaughter in secret, and similarly didn't have to bear any responsibility. The existence of the life and death arena only caused the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples to not dare carry out slaughter under the circumstances that there were others present. If there was no one present, then it was the same whether there was a life and death arena or not. In next to no time, Lu Qiu spoke out. After all of you become members of Migres Peak, I hope all of you can bring honor to Migres Peak. So long as it's a person that brings honor to Migres Peak, then Migres Peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly. Lu Qiu's words caused the 20 outer court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, including Duan Lingtian, to be stunned. Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.